Good evening. I'd like to begin by calling our regular council meeting on Monday, August 18th to order at 6 p.m. I'm Mayor Cliff McNeil-Smith. My colleague councillors in the room this evening, to my far left, Councillor Richard Novick, Councillor Terry O'Keefe, Councillor Chad Rintoul. To my far right, Councillor Steve Duck, Councillor Sarah Duncan, and Councillor Scott Garnett. Good evening to staff in attendance this evening, and good evening and welcome to members of the public, both in the chamber and to those who may be watching the live webcast of the meeting or a recording of the meeting from our website at a later date. I'd like to begin, as we do each meeting, with respectfully acknowledging that we are holding our meeting this evening in the territory of the Wasanich people. We have the Sartlip Nation, the Saikem Nation, the Pakwachin Nation, the Saut Nation, and the Malahat Nation. In turning to approval of the agenda, we have one change that I propose to make and some new items to add. We've had additional correspondence beyond what was published in the agenda last Thursday. The change I'm proposing is the fifth section of our agenda this evening is bylaws. And we have three bylaws with regards to animal license and control. And then the fourth and fifth are the bylaws with regards to the official community plan amendment and the zoning amendment regarding Wakefield Manor. And I will move those two bylaws to be the first of the five, considered. The additional correspondence we have this evening are two letters of correspondence received with regards to those animal control bylaws, two pieces of correspondence, and they will go under item 5A. We then have 16 additional pieces of correspondence. When there's a smaller number, I'll often read them out to acknowledge a receipt since the agenda was published, but for the efficiency of time, we'll acknowledge that all of the correspondence received by staff is forwarded to council in advance of the meeting for our consideration for the meeting, and we have had 16 additional items of correspondence regarding the zoning changes at 3rd Street and Wakefield Manor. And lastly, we have one item of correspondence, we have three items of correspondence under item 13A, which is the active transportation options for Beacon Avenue West. So with that one change to the agenda and that additional correspondence, I would seek a mover and seconder that our agenda be approved as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Duck, seconded by Councillor Novick. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. We're next turning to our public participation period, where we allow members of the public to come forward to the podium that we have here. There is a red button at the bottom of the microphone to make it live, as the microphone that I'm using now. The meeting is recorded. We ask that you provide your name and the municipality that you reside in, the item that you wish to speak to on the agenda, and you have up to 4 minutes to speak. We ask, as we do each time, that members of the public are respectful of not only other members of the public, but our staff and council members when you're making your remarks. And I do want to note that one of the items on the agenda this evening is a presentation and council consideration of a new development application at 5th and Henry. And if you are here this evening to speak to that particular application, we do have a special section after that presentation for members of the public to speak after the applicant has spoken, so that you've heard their presentation and you can provide any comments that you wish and provide any questions that you may want to direct to the applicant. So I will call for a first time for those wishing to speak in public participation. Just come forward and form a queue for yourselves. I'll say good evening to the first individual and allow you to activate your microphone, the microphone there.
Good evening. My name is Brad Judson, and I live at 10352 Harvey Close. And I'd like to provide some further information on 4 points regarding agenda item 13B, the boulevard tree removal.
Yes?
So just a bit of background, I've grown hundreds of palms and eucalyptus trees over the years, and there are over 700 species of eucalyptus and 2,600 species of palm trees. And I've grown 5 species of eucalyptus and 8 species of palm trees. I'm not an expert, but I was a member of the Pacific Northwest Palms and Exotic Plant Society until I retired a number of years ago. The first point I wanted to make is in the request from the resident, there was a mention of moisture in the wall in front of the house. There are 2 rooms in the front of the house, and the previous owners removed a raised garden bed that contacted the bottom 1 foot of the siding of the room to the left. Dirt right against the house with a retaining wall. So they removed that and discovered rot all along the bottom, and they replaced all of the siding on that half of the front of the house. The other room to the right is a conversion of a garage, where they just walled in the garage, so the actual floor of the garage extends right out into the driveway, and there's no raised concrete sill. I don't know if either of those caused their moisture issues, but I have some photos which I'll give you for each point that I do mention, just to illustrate it. Second point is regarding the roots in the perimeter drain. 20 years ago, a large weeping willow tree was removed, and it was quite close to the house. I have a picture of it as well in its size. And as we know, that willows have invasive roots that will damage perimeter drains. More recently, a cedar against the corner of the house was removed by a previous owner, and a large magnolia right at the front entrance, within a meter and a bit from the house, was removed by the current owner. And while both the cedar and magnolia have roots that are not invasive, their roots will enter damaged drains. You have a photo in your package showing the tree service vehicle the day it removed the magnolia, and it left a pile of soil right at the front entrance, just for illustrations. So I have a few photos of the size of the magnolia from recent years. It was pretty substantial.
Sir, I just want to interject, and you have used 3 of your 4 minutes of time, just
Okay.
for you to be mindful.
The eucalyptus tree is a Prairiana. It's just over 15 years old, and it's fully mature. It gets its water, its nutrients from a taproot, and has just enough surface roots for stability. Like most trees, its roots, if its roots were to extend as far as the house, it would only enter damaged pipes. The third point is regarding the tree health. The appearance and the light pattern of the tree is normal. I have 2 nearly identical perenniana trees in my yard. They produce new bark and leaves every year, and only the oldest leaves will fall during the summer. It's not a complete renewal like a deciduous tree. Similarly, the bark slowly sheds, or not at all. The bark splits in stripes, vertical stripes, and will stay connected to the tree for a few years before falling. That's all normal. And this species will live for 100 years. The Horticultural Center of the Pacific, on its website.
Sir, you have used your 4 minutes of time. I'll ask you to wrap up with just a few more words.
Okay. It describes it as its iconic tree, planted in 1986. Just lastly, the perenniana can be grown as a boulevard tree close to sidewalks and curbs without damage. There's a street in West Seattle that uses the same tree exact as a boulevard tree. There's been no damage to the curves or pavement in our bay close from the tree.
Thank you very much, sir.
There are pre-existing road cracks. Should I pass the photos to staff?
Please do.
Thanks. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'll ask our next person to come forward.
Hello, my name is April Hull, and I live here in Sydney, and I just wanted to speak in support of the changes to Wakefield Manor in the official community plan, as there is a significant lack of resources in our community. And I just wanted to let you folks know that I support it, and many folks in our community would appreciate the service.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and members of the public, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Michael Lacroix. I live at 9901 on 3rd Street. I'm also on the Strata Council. And I'd like to speak on the issue of Wakefield Manor and some of the changes to the official community plan and zoning bylaw. And the reason why I want to speak about it is that I have a lot of interest in it. My background in my career is in the field of addiction, mental health, and dealing with long-term care. And so I'd like to say, first of all, that the consultation process is deeply flawed that you've undertaken. A community consultation process should be presented at the beginning, at the onset of planning, not at the tail end when decisions have already been made. And this has not happened here. Neither the residents of Wakefield Manor nor the wider 3rd Street community were properly consulted, and certainly not by independent bodies separate from Beacon Community Services. And that is a failure in process. There, I believe, also is a mismatch of needs and population. Wakefield Manor, as we know, is home to elderly residents, many with multiple needs. It is neither ethical nor safe to mix this population with individuals experiencing homelessness, some of whom may have complex mental health or addiction challenges. This is not a best practice in either social or health services settings, and it compromises both safety and dignity. Council, I believe, has a duty to protect its citizens, not expose them to unnecessary risk. There's also a lack of clarity and impact on community resources. The homeless population requires substantial support. I think we all know that, including medical attention and at times law enforcement. This could result in frequent disruption not only to the Manor's residents, but to the entire 3rd Street neighborhood. We need to seek some clarity. When the Kiwanis Club transferred Wakefield Manor, were there any stipulation on its use? Was it meant strictly as residential housing on a forever basis? There is also limited parking and space at Wakefield Manor and on 3rd Street. Adding an emergency shelter without planning for personal belongings, such as shopping carts or bicycles, will only lead to clutter and conflicts. This, again, shows a lack of respect for existing residents. I think also that council needs to look at a more suitable location. For example, there's a Shoal Center, there's the Mary Winspiel Center, there's also the Greendale Community Center. Have they not been properly considered? These facilities have the infrastructure and flexibility to support temporary shelter operations. Local churches and community organizations could also be engaged, especially with support from BC Housing. I also believe that in these challenging economic times, council must be extremely mindful of how taxpayer dollars are used. There's 130 existing emergency shelters in the Greater Victoria area, and transportation is available to those in need. Duplicating services in Sydney for a small number of individuals who may not even utilize the shelter is a questionable investment. Councils...
Excuse me.
Okay.
I'll ask, sir, if you could just pause. You do have a minute left in your time. I just want to speak to the gallery. Applause is not necessary. We have differing views being expressed this evening. We've received your correspondence and are receiving your points, and we're listening to this gentleman. So I'd ask that we refrain from applause or heckling or booing or whatever you might be considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council's own January 13th meeting and last year meeting minute reflect that the RCMP see minimal demand for local transfers of unhoused individuals, and that many unhoused individuals do not request shelters or transport. This calls into question the very need for this initiative. I believe this is a short-term band-aid, not a real solution. Placing an emergency shelter at Wakefield Manor does nothing to address the core root issue that we're dealing with the homeless population, and that is addiction and mental health and a lack of permanent supportive housing. This is a political band-aid, not a meaningful solution, and does nothing to address and deal with the real problem. In conclusion, I ask that Council halt this initiative at Wakefield Manor and consider more appropriate locations that better serve both the homeless population and the existing residents of our community. I would hope that we can work together to find a balanced, safe, and respectful solution that truly addresses the need of all Sydney residents. When council members were elected to this council, they had, I believe, not an official, but an unofficial duty to do no harm to this community. And I believe that by putting an emergency weather shelter at Wakefield Manor will harm not just the 3rd Street neighborhood, but our community as a whole. So I would ask you to reconsider this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. If you continue to applaud, I will recess the meeting and we will clear the room, and you will be able to observe listen from outside the chamber. We have respectful environments in our council chambers. It is civic government. We are civil in civic government. Please be civil. Thank you.
You'll have to excuse me. I've never spoken at a meeting like this
Please
before.
take your time.
But I live at Wakefield Manor, and I am in pain all the time from my neck down to my spine. And if you put these people in there, I will not be able to walk because I do not take drugs. I walk when I'm in pain, and I'm in pain all the time. And ask anybody that knows me, they know I walk. I walk all the time. And I can be out at 4 o'clock in the morning walking because I'm in pain and I won't take meds for it. So I'm asking you, please don't do this to us. And if you do, they'll be right under my window. And I don't sleep very well as it is. And those windows are not double windows. We will be getting their smoke, which I'm allergic to, and the smell of their marijuana. So I ask you, please don't do this to us. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll ask for the next person, please.
Mayor, councilors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm speaking to you with reference to the notice of the OCP and zoning bylaw amendment of August the 7th for 9924 3rd Street. I would like to point out that following a survey of 12 owners in our building, the results show that no one received the notice prior to August the 12th. This notice indicated that the public will have an opportunity during the council meeting on August 18th to ask questions and give comments. This is very little time for even to put thoughts to paper. In addition, when I sent a letter on the subject the following day, I received this reply. I am confirming receipt of your email, 9924 3rd Street. Please be assured your correspondence will be shared with the mayor on an upcoming council agenda as a late item. I am hoping mayor and council have had the time to read it. With this in mind, I have the following suggestions. Notices of this type should be in the hands of the public at least 2 weeks in advance of the meeting. Due to the short notice, I am suggesting that any discussions by council be postponed until the next council meeting. A community consultation process be part of the start of the process and not at the end. I trust that the upcoming community consultation for all those interested parties will be informed 2 weeks in advance. As an aside, in referencing the report of the Committee of the Whole on July 14th, where in the discussion it was noted, for context, the Souk Shelters Society estimates that it was 2+ years of planning prior to the opening of their shelter. Why is our council trying to do this in less than 10 months? Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I will invite the next speaker to come forward in just a moment. I just want to speak, and I could hold and listen to everyone, and we could speak at the end. But with regards to process, council is not making a decision tonight on whether or not to open a shelter. We are closer to the beginning of the process. If we were to proceed with the staff recommendation that is in the agenda, we would be having a public hearing. Notice would be posted in the newspapers 2 weeks in advance, or 2 weeks in a row. So this is not the end of the process. We are not making the decision tonight. We are partway through the process. Please continue.
I think the people in the room are fully aware of that. So if you don't mind, I will just continue. I'm not going to talk about my background because it's in the letter I sent you earlier in the week. And I happen to be on the board of four major...
If you could please provide your name.
I will do in a moment. I was on the board of four major non-profits, each of which provided homes for disadvantaged people. My name's Chris Jones, and I live at 9904 next to Wakefield. Now then, I've lived there for 10 years, and it's a subject property, as you know. My comment is not intended to prejudice the rights of the homeless people at all. I want to recognise the rights of the people that already live there, many of whom are in this room today. And I'm glad they came, because I see them every day, and we get on well with them. Not a problem at all. They are all seniors. They all find themselves in a bad spot. They all look to Beacon for accommodation. The residents are a credit to our community. When I learned of Beacon's plan, I was astonished and concerned, as they were. I certainly am not against services for the homeless, but I'm certainly against putting them in the wrong place. And I'm not the only one in this room who feels that way. Wakefield residents were first informed of Beacon's proposed plans by a note pinned to their notice board on July the 8th this year, little more than a month ago. Yet Sydney Council and staff, some of whom are represented here, have been working on this concept for 7 months. No one has asked Wakefield Manor residents about it. In my job, I used to put the stakeholders first. And in this case, the stakeholders are the residents of Wakefield. They haven't been approached. They have been told that there's a process here months and months after it started. So no one has asked them, yet they're all the key stakeholders, and we should pay attention to what their views are. Beacon has so far made no attempt whatsoever to inform any of the neighbouring residents. I built a building in Victoria a while ago, and the first thing I did before I'd even talked to the planning people about it was I went round and told all the people nearby what my plans were and gave them a chance to talk to me about it, which some of them did. Nobody complained. So Beacon has made no attempt to tell any of us. Just excuse me for 1 second, and I'll finish. I'm aware of your September the 30th deadline. The Fire Chief's report notwithstanding, I believe there may be other vacant properties in Sydney, unused or underused at night time, which would be better serve Sydney's purpose without being located in somebody's residential basement. So I strongly support the views by some of the other people here and some of the correspondence that you've got. Bylaws and OCPs are there for a darn good reason, and one of them is to establish the lawful use of the property. Would council members offer their own family basements for use as extreme weather shelters? Probably not. I don't see anybody nodding anyway. I doubt it very much, but this is what Beacon residents have been told that's going to happen to them. Well, not told it's going to happen to them, but told that there's a plan to make it happen to them. This treatment reflects poorly on both council and Beacon for doing something without listening to the people most affected by it. They seem to have followed their own rules, but not their hearts or their common sense. So Sydney must not approve this heavy-handed and insensitive process, despite the fact there are going to be public meetings way down the line. Let's stop it now, before it goes any further, until they've had the chance to discuss the issue with the key stakeholders who are Wakefield's residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Coming forward. We'll turn to the next speaker who wishes to come forward. I'll call for a second time. If there's anyone wishing to come forward, please come forward.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yeah.
We could just expend the public participation.
Second.
We have it moved and seconded. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Please.
Hi there. Sorry, never had to come to one of these. Wish I don't have to come to one of these in the future, but I don't want to take away from what's been said about Wakefield, but I do want to express a commonality that I'm seeing here with my issue, and that is taking feedback from the community and listening to them and actually responding rather than just engaging with the public and making your decisions despite. And so my issue, sorry, I'm Kevin, I live on Piercy Avenue. My issue is with the Bower Bank bike corridor. What I've found from the feedback that I can see online is from the engagement summary that was, printed by Sydney, there was, 49%, 48 or 49% of engagement saying that they weren't in favor of any bike projects, and Bower Bank had a 19% approval. And from that, I don't know, especially with knowing that how many emails and letters you've received against the project, how you went ahead with that. But that being said, it's not too late to stop this. The impact that corridor has, from my perspective and the houses and the people that I know in my community, are awful. I am completely restricted with ingress and egress to my community now. If you look at me trying to get into Sydney, it makes no sense. Even coming here tonight, I sat at my stop sign and I couldn't turn right, even though that road was completely empty of any cyclists. So please consider stopping this project. It makes no sense to me. It looks like it was a project born out of funding that was available, but the ends don't justify the means, and I would love for you to consider stopping it and returning our flow of traffic to what will work for our community. Thanks.
Thank you for coming forward. And I'll call for a third time, as we do during public participation, if there's anyone wishing to come forward. Please come forward.
Hello, Jamie Welborn. I live in Sydney. I came here to talk about the proposal for the multi-use path, but I think I'll have another couple comments to add as well. I just want to say, I'm sure you saw my letter. I'm strongly in favor of the multi-use path on Beacon Ave West. It seems like a no-brainer. This is a gap in the map that is in a very dangerous, busy area. And there's been lots of feedback on the ATP saying that people want to have safer ways to get across the highway. Obviously, this doesn't address the intersection itself, but still makes the area in general safer. So yeah, I think it's a great idea, and especially the multi-use path option. And the other thing was I wanted to say that the Wakefield Manor, I've talked to some of the homeless people in town, and they're not like crazy drug addicted like menaces. These are nice people that are just trying to survive, and like this is a temporary measure to help them when it's extremely cold. This isn't some long-term threat to people's livelihoods and their homes. So I just think that I don't really see any major downsides to this. Concerns about drug use is not limited to the homeless. It's something that anyone can do, and I have experienced walking past single-family homes and smelling marijuana smoke as well myself, and it's not pleasant, but this isn't like an exclusive issue to one group of people. And then the other thing was just I want to say thanks again for Bower Bank as well. It's been much better for me. I've talked to a few cyclists as well that also seem to appreciate it. It's quieter. It's easier for me to get out of my street. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Please come forward. Please do. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Diane Waller, and I live at 9901 3rd Street. And I'm here in support of the residents of Wakefield Manor. We've given it a lot of thought. We're not against the homeless. We realize that they do have their rights. But I am concerned with the welfare of these wonderful, delightful seniors that are at Wakefield Manor. They're on the street. We talk to them. They're outgoing. They're happy. In the last week, I've noticed a big decline. They're not happy. They are afraid. It's uncertain. and they don't know whether they have the support of you and of Beacon Services. I don't know exactly how we're going to get through this, but I ask you, and I come a little ashamed and embarrassed that I'm having to come up and speak to council, and all of these people are coming to you to say, please, change your mind. Let's sit down, let's find another spot for this. These are people, and this is their home. This is not some hotel. They've come to trust Sydney, love Sydney, they negotiate Sydney. Please, let's find another route. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming forward. I'm not seeing any other speakers, so I will close our public participation period. We'll be coming to this item on the agenda and deliberating as council. I may have questions for staff a little later in the agenda, but not too much further. The next item we have on the agenda is a presentation, and it is regarding 4 applications. There is an official community plan bylaw amendment application. There is a zoning bylaw amendment application. There is a development variance permit application. And there is the development permit application itself. And this is for 9989 5th Street and 9991 5th Street to allow for the construction of a 5-story, 30-unit residential building. What I would like to do just before the presenter begins, or before I introduce the presenter, is to indicate the process. We will have a presentation of approximately 10 minutes from the presenter. Following that presentation, we will allow members of the public to come forward in a special public participation on the project to express their comments, or their views, or to ask questions of the applicant. And then council will have an opportunity to ask, then we will receive a staff introduction to their report, and then council will ask questions of either the applicant or staff before we then consider those 4 application requests. So to begin, I would like to introduce, I believe, Leif Gustafsson,
You got it?
the applicant. You do have up to 10 minutes for your presentation. I understand you have slides which were provided to council in advance. Please go ahead.
Good. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of staff, and members of the community. On behalf of our entire team, I want to express our gratitude for your time and for allowing me the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Leif Gustafsson. I am a partner in the project and also the architectural technologist who created its design. I'm here tonight to present our proposal for 9989 9991 5th Street. But more than that, I'm just here to begin the conversation and to listen to everyone. So together we can create a project that's both beautiful and viable and will help improve Sydney for years to come. We appreciate the thoughtful feedback that we've received so far, both through meeting with neighbors, stratas, and all the submissions we got in the last month's council meeting. I believe that community engagement is the cornerstone of successful development. So we understand that any new project in such a well-loved neighborhood community like Sydney naturally invites lots of questions and concerns. And I want to assure you that I'm here to be collaborative and just show up here to start, this conversation. This project is a 30-unit residential development that I designed with the vision of creating a home for all residents in all stages of life as they age through life. So there's a particular focus on aging in place design features. This means creating spaces that are, yes, accessible and comfortable and adaptable, and allowing people to remain in their community they love as their needs change over time, rather than this be from just aging or unexpected circumstances that change your mobility. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into some slides. The design meets most of the guidelines outlined in the official community plan and the principal zoning regulations. This design features a modern form with a recessed 5th story, which I'll discuss in the next slides, and it incorporates several tangible community benefits that I'm excited about. So the 5th story, it's the same height, and it's within. Apologies. Let's begin by addressing one of the primary topics of concern that I've heard from meeting with everyone. It's the building's height and its relationship to the number of stories. I want to be very, very clear here. The proposed building is fully within the maximum permitted height in zoning. There's no variance being requested for the height of the structure. We recognize that the addition of the 5th story has led to some perception that the building is actually taller than it is. However, our proposal design is actually smaller in height than the previously approved development for this site. The 5th story has intentionally and carefully been recessed back from the main building facade to reduce its visual massing, particularly from the perspective of someone walking down on the street on the corner. This technique is a key element of architectural design used to create a more pedestrian-friendly streetscape. And you see it in mid-rises and high-rises all the time. It's famously borrowed from the structure of a classical column, which has the base, then the shaft, and its capital. So the recessing back here creates the capital. It's a fundamental technique that's been used for centuries to create a sense of order and proportion and visual interest within building facades. The setback design ensures the building isn't imposing too far in the corner as well and lessens its impact at the street level, maintaining the same scale that has been envisioned in the OCP. Numbers often speak louder than words, so I'll just get into the metrics. We're proposing a height that's 16 meters, and the last approved development permit was 16.3 meters, even though it was 4 stories and this is a 5-story proposal. So it is lower in height. We've also listened intently to the concerns raised about parking supply. We share the community's desire for a well-managed parking solution that doesn't negatively impact its surrounding streets. So to ensure this, we were doing this properly, we commissioned a comprehensive parking study be done by a Watt Consulting Group, which was prepared last month, which has led to some improvements to the parking design, perhaps since some of you have seen the drawings last. The professional conclusion of that study is that our proposal will result in no net deficit to parking demand. This is achieved not just by providing the parking stalls in the parkade, but by integrating a multifaceted transportation strategy. This strategy is supported first by the site's fantastic proximity to frequent transit routes. There is a bus stop located immediately in front of the property, which supports 6 bus routes. Second is the inclusion of a dedicated car share stall or passes to be provided for car share, such as Moto. It's for the residents' use and the community. Third, by providing more bicycle parking than is actually required, including bike stalls for oversized e-bikes. Fourth, we are providing a dedicated room for mobility scooter parking on the ground floor near the elevator, which is not actually a bylaw requirement. And finally, we are having EV charging outlets prepared for every single stall within the parkade. So I believe these measures are not just features, they are direct responses to the goals outlined in Sydney's OCP to support active transportation, reduce collective reliance on single occupancy vehicle trips, and contribute to our greenhouse gas reduction targets. I believe landscaping and green space is a vital part to a project's success, and it is also some low-hanging fruit, pun intended. A new bylaw requires that a 24 square meter planting area for any large tree be provided on all multifamily lots, with the important stipulation being here that no structures such as underground parking are allowed beneath it. The previously approved proposal for this site did not have to comply with this bylaw at the time, and it would have forced that parkade to have been reduced, causing a variance to that parking. Our solution to this, or compromise, is our solution was also approved approach for the expired development permit, which I can show here. And it is to plant flowering dogwood trees along the boulevard, enhancing the public realm while also providing some smaller, more appropriate sized trees, such as Japanese maples, on the site, which can have roots still. This meets the spirit of the bylaw, but it does still require a variance. Near the southeast corner of the site, on the neighboring property, there is a very large Douglas fir tree that has been identified as a hazard due to its poor root stability. I have met with this strata council and discussed removing this tree so that the development can provide fully provide as much parking as it can underground and eliminate the potential of this tree becoming uprooted and creating any kind of damage or harm in the future. Most, but not all, of the members I met with were eager to see this tree removed. And though I don't like removing trees, a Douglas fir tree is not meant to be standing by itself. They are meant to be in a forest where they have evolved to interconnect their root systems for their stability. I want to ensure this building feels like it belongs here, more than anything. So the design maintains nearly identical setbacks and site coverage compared to the previously approved design. We have been meticulous in selecting architectural materials and landscaping palette that I believe is beautiful while ensuring durability and sustainability for the finished building, which helps. The recessed top floor, combined with the improvements to the corner streetscape, helps the project integrate seamlessly into the neighborhood, where we believe significantly enhances the pedestrian experience of this corner of 5th and Henry. That said, the siding materials are predominantly hardy, and I have heard from residents I've met with, they don't like the look I came up with. So hardy does offer a wide range of products and styles and colors we can play around with, and I'm happy to listen to what others like. There was on 3rd and Henry, I believe, there's a project that a lot of people had told me they liked. I'm happy to revisit the facade and try and come to something everyone likes in that regard. And of course, a building's success also depends on its location. So this site is ideally situated to promote a healthy, active, and connected lifestyle for new residents in the community and existing ones. Its close proximity to the Beacon Avenue downtown core and wide array of amenities makes walking and cycling convenient and enjoyable choices for transportation trips. Its walkability is a tremendous asset for its residents' convenience and their health. Walking also supports community through just the interactions people have passing, rather in a way that cars simply just cannot. So what does this really give back, in my mind? It provides a diverse housing mix suitable for people at all stages of life. As mentioned, it incorporates like a critical aging in place and design features and adaptability features, which will allow residents to stay in their homes longer, or residents from nearby single family homes to move into here without having to leave their community due to cost factors, and freeing those houses up for new, younger families to come in. It also embraces sustainability measures with like the EV ready infrastructure, just like all the additional transportation, the modern stormwater management, and its suites being designed with cross ventilation in mind, just to spur passive heating and cooling. And it delivers some public realm improvements that create a more pleasant and engaging pedestrian experience along the corner of 5th and Henry. So last, I've got to talk about price and costs. So finally, I want to just briefly touch upon the critical issue of the project viability. The previously approved development for this site was ultimately not built because it was not financially viable at the time, and the property went into foreclosure. The economic climate for construction has only grown more difficult since then. New seismic and adaptability requirements under the 2024 BC Building Code have added significantly to costs. The Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs produced a report January 30th of this year, which concluded that mid-size wood frame buildings, 6 stories or less, which this would be, within the seismic zone that we are located here, would be impacted the most by these building code changes, adding an estimated 21% to the cost of construction. This is only compounded by the US tariffs on materials and the general cost of living crisis, which has in turn increased the cost of labor locally. The previous developer understood all these challenges. They knew the project wouldn't be built by another developer, which is why they couldn't get financing, they couldn't bring in partners, and they didn't bother to pay the small fee to extend their development permit. Our 5-story design is a direct and necessary response to this economic reality. It creates the viability needed to finally transform this long dormant site into a vibrant part of the community. So in conclusion, we believe our proposal thoughtfully addresses some of the feedback I've received, and I'm happy to keep this conversation going. It respects the permitted height, but not stories. It manages the parking very responsively, and it fits beautifully within the neighborhood. It is a project that is economically viable and delivers tangible community benefits. It reflects our sincere commitment to delivering a high-quality architectural product that respects its surroundings and helps Sydney meet its future planning and housing objectives. So thank you for your time and the opportunity to share our vision here. We are proud of this project and believe it represents a positive step forward for Sydney. And I'm here to listen and to collaborate and to answer your questions regarding anything. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Gustafson. I may ask you just to step to your right there for just a moment. We're going to go into public participation where members of the public who wish to speak on these applications can come forward, express your views. You're permitted to ask questions of the applicant. It is the applicant's option to respond to those questions here or to respond in another manner. So I will open this special public participation and ask if there's anyone wishing to come forward on this particular item. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Avril Hull. I live in Sydney, and I was just wondering if you have an overheight wheelchair transport van, where would you park on this development?
Overheight wheelchair
If you,
transport?
yeah, if we could share the microphone, it's just the meeting's being recorded. Thank you.
It would be directly in front of the front door entrance. And
On the street?
Yeah, on the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not in the parkade.
Yeah, they don't fit in the parking. Thank you.
What's the height of them? It might,
Typically, they're 3 meters.
3 meters? Yeah.
Yeah, so you'd be relying on street parking for accessibility.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying.
Actually, I could pull up the plans. It might not be true.
I'll call for a second time if anyone wishes to come forward. Please come forward. If you could provide your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Judy Peterson, and we live right beside this building. And our concerns are not so much about the color or anything like that. We were very glad that the height and the setbacks are the same. And I just wanted to reiterate that when we purchased our home, we did all the research about the setbacks and we knew, like, we had the big boat there, we knew it was gonna be gone, hopefully soon. And so we made our purchase decision based on the town's rules, and we phoned and got all the information. And so our concern, we're glad it's not higher, we're glad it's not bigger, but our concern is the density. So now we've got an extra 11 families over and above what was before. And those families all have balconies, they're all coming and going. They'll have, if all of them have 2 cars, what we don't know is how many spots are in this underground parking. We were glad there was underground parking, but we don't believe.
25.
Yeah,
25 spots.
yeah.
And how many of them are for small vehicles?
Okay, we'll just ask the questions.
9 small
Yeah.
car, 14 regular.
Yeah, so our concern, we believe, they're not all gonna fit in the parkade. They're gonna be right around the corner in the front. Fifth is busy, so they're gonna be all in front of, we believe, our properties and across the street. And it's just going to affect the enjoyment of our property. So what we really want to understand is, everybody is making their decisions on buying their home, which is everybody's usually biggest investment, based on what the rules are, and that we feel like we need to be able to trust the rules. And if the density goes up that much, we're concerned that it's going to affect parking and the busyness of our street.
Thank you for coming forward. Please come forward.
My name is Peter Kolbeitner, and I live in Sydney, and I'd like to comment on the density. We have an official community plan, which I think a lot of thought went into that one, and a certain density was elected to be for this property there. And I don't really see why we should accept a developer coming in and completely ignoring the official community plan in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call for a third and final time. Does anyone wish to come forward on these applications? If you wish to address, go ahead.
There was room near the entrance, underground parking, for a 3-meter clearance for a van stall.
Thank you for that update. Not seeing anyone else wishing to come forward, I'm going to close the public participation period. And at this time, I'm going to turn to our Ms. Verhagen, our Director of Development Services, to introduce her staff report on these applications. Ms. Verhagen, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As was indicated, this is an application to amend the OCP bylaw, to amend the zoning bylaw, to vary requirements in the zoning bylaw and the parking bylaw, and for a development permit for these two properties at 5th and Henry. I'd just like to take a moment to make an update to the report summary in the front. It indicates that they are looking to increase the maximum permitted number of small car spaces from what is permitted. That variance is no longer required based on plans that were submitted, so the application does meet that requirement for the maximum number of small car spaces. So that's not a variance that they're seeking anymore. They are seeking variances to the minimum front and rear setbacks on the property, also to both side setbacks, both the 5th Street side and the east side. And as they indicated, they're looking for a variance to the requirement to provide a minimum 24 square meter area for planting a tree. So they're proposing to not provide that area. That would be another variance to the zoning bylaw. The staff report outlines the proposal, the OCP designation, which again, multi-unit residential, encourages development at a scale between 1 and 4 stories. This is a 5-story development. And the staff report goes on to comment that we don't believe the proposed setbacks and scale of development are consistent with the direction of the OCP in that regard. In the discussion part of the staff report, it comments on changes that were made to the zoning bylaw in 2024 following on policies that were in the new OCP in 2022, seeking a bit more space around buildings, which is why those setbacks to the front and rear and sides were increased in the zoning bylaw that was adopted in 2024. So we do believe that the scaling it down a bit would comply better with the direction in the OCP. And there are two options presented in the staff report for council to consider in terms of what to do with the development. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verhagen. So now is council's opportunity to ask questions of either the applicant or staff. I'll indicate when we've concluded answering those questions, and then council will consider making recommendations and deliberating on those recommendations. I'll first turn to Councillor O'Keefe, please.
Thank you. Just one question through you to staff on the parking. So you mentioned that I believe that no variance was required anymore for the small car parking spaces, but is there still a variance being asked for overall number of spaces?
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Keefe, yes. As the report says, they need to provide 1 space per unit, 30 spaces, and they're at 25 parking spaces. So they're looking for a variance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duncan, please.
Thank you. So I have questions for the applicant. Can you confirm, all of the descriptions are that this is a multifamily residential apartment building. Can you confirm whether that is intended to be market rental or whether it's still unconfirmed whether it's going to be market rental or condos?
Councillor Duncan, I can confirm it is to be market strata, not rental.
It's a condo?
It's a condo, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the questions about the floor distribution, and I know we have the floor plans here, but whether you know off the top where the 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and where they're all distributed on the different floors?
Primarily for the 3 bedrooms, it's on the ground floor and the top floor, but there is also 2 3-bedrooms integrated into the plates for the common floors, which is 2 to 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So ground and top. Okay. And I have a question about the design. You've already addressed the cladding. The flat roof. We had a previous applicant who'd been trying to rescale a development and save money, not in this site. And they came back with a changed roof design where they'd started with a flat and then came back with a peaked roof design, saying that actually made it cheaper. And so can you discuss, I know that some of this design is clearly, as you were saying, you need to add a story probably to get more units to make it economically viable. Does that preclude having more of a peaked roof design? Because the previous one, I think people liked better because of that.
No, because the previous one was not fully peaked. It was peaked around the edges to give that type of, from the street, it would totally look peaked. But it still was primarily a flat roofed structure. And we could explore doing something like that here. I'm not opposed to that at all.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Councillor Garnett, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I do have questions for the developer, but through you to staff. The developer on one of the slides indicated the height of the building was 16 meters, but in our staff report it mentions 14.33. Has there been a change in the height of the building?
Through the mayor to Councillor Garnett, I do not believe there's been a change, but when I looked at the elevation drawing in the applicant's presentation, it did seem to take the line to the top of the rooftop screening. We would be measuring to the top of the roof, which is indicated in the staff report at 14.33. If you can see, maybe you can confirm. Yeah, so we would be measuring just below that that looks like the...
We're going to top of screening in the drawings.
Yep, so in the way the zoning bylaw calculates it, it's to the top of the roof, and then the screening is permitted to project an additional amount.
Okay.
So that's why the number in the staff report is lower than 16 meters.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gustafson, thank you for your presentation. Councillor Duncan asked a question, market condominiums. So I'm a little confused or need clarity on your letter of rationale. What exactly is your target demographic?
If you look at the floor plans, I guess the target is mostly the 3 and the 2 bedrooms. So that is someone that wants to probably give up a single family house and downsize, but wants to stay here in the community. So the target demographic is most of this. Sorry. And then I would also say that there's some smaller units in there too. So it could be people, it would also be like adaptable stuff too. So people that have mobility issues, because most of the units are adaptable.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's great that you answer that, because that's the way I read the letter. I read the letter, I'm like, this sounds like a seniors building. It doesn't sound like a family building. So
with the 3 bedrooms, I'm hoping it's family, or that people downsize from a house nearby to here, and then that becomes family, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And sorry, one last, if I may, Mayor. Again, referring to your letter of rationale, you mentioned that the development is designed to integrate seamlessly into the surrounding community. So I wonder if you could explain to me, from your perspective, how it does that.
Yeah, I've just walked around and driven around it a lot, and I do really like the development that's on the corner of Henry and 3rd, and I use that as a primary kind of inspiration for what to go for. And I just trying to picture like how we're in a transition zone from like the very high at Beacon, and it kind of steps down, and then this seems to be where it's trying to hold development back. But I can see within at least the current OCP maps that the multifamily zones keep pushing further that way, but there's not much land left for multifamily within the entire town. I believe it's 12% is residential within the entire municipality, residential multifamily, and the rest of it's 30 for just single family. So what I believe is that's holding that back from having to push the OCP another decade out or more, from having to push further north into Sydney, if that makes any sense. Or was I rambling there? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
That's fine. No, appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett. I'll turn to Councillor Novick, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions. With 25 out of 30 parking spaces and it being a strata unit, how would you allocate those parking spaces?
There are some bachelor units. There's 5 within the building. They would not get a parking stall.
Okay. I've noticed, and it's kind of difficult to tell from the plans we have because they don't blow up very well. They're not high enough definition, but I couldn't see any storage lockers in the basement. Is that accurate?
No, there are some. Do you mind if I approach?
Pardon?
Do you mind if I approach?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
This whole room in the back corner is your storage and maintenance stuff for units.
So there's 30 storage lockers there.
There's not 30. I'm showing larger ones. There's 25. I could make them 30, but smaller. I don't mind.
So again, the bachelor units wouldn't have storage. Is that how it would work?
They do, but I'm assuming that they don't have much of a, like, with a place like this, I'm assuming their life doesn't have a lot of clutter and a lot of things.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. And one final question, Mayor.
Please.
Your presentation suggested that a 4-story building, regardless of the height, is not economically viable under any circumstances. Is that accurate?
That is based on my modeling. I don't know if anyone would be able to do it, but there's a reason this went into foreclosure and it sat for so long. And I thought it reasonable, at least, to take the gamble to get a 5th story to make this feasible.
Okay. If for some reason you can't get the 5th story, does that mean that you would abandon the development because 4 stories is not financially viable?
I might abandon the current plans and try and wait for the next while, at least because I'm young, but I don't know how long I would initially wait, or, yeah. I hope I don't become like the last developer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rintoul, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Through the mayor to staff. Staff, with respect to recommendation options in option number 1, there's a reference to the requesting the developer revisit the maximum permitted number of stories as well as the required setbacks, which is, you noted in your presentation, Mr. Hagan, on all 4 sides, but no reference to the parking spaces. I know it's addressed partially in the report, but if you could comment from staff's perspective why you're not including that in option 1, revisiting the number of parking spaces, and maybe elaborate as well a little on the parking, the payment in lieu if they were to, if council were to look to go that route. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Through to Councillor Rintoul. Yeah, the staff one of the options, option 1 in the staff report, does suggest revising the design to address the number of stories and the setbacks. So one of the options there would be to remove the 5th story. That would remove several dwelling units in the building, potentially, or they could make more smaller units in floors 1 to 4. So there's no guarantee that dropping a floor would reduce the number of units. It would depend on what that applicant sees as the market demand for unit sizes, while also still meeting the zoning bylaw requirements for 10% 3-bedroom units. So that was the recommendation there. And meeting the setback requirements would put it in better alignment with OCP policies that were in 2022, new then, just to get a little bit more space around the building, and would also allow for them to better meet that zoning requirement for the minimum 24 square meter area for planting a tree unobstructed above and below. They haven't met that here because the underground parking comes to the full extent of the property. So to meet the tree requirement, you'd have to pull in that underground parking in some way so that there's a space unobstructed below. So that was the guidance there. The staff recommendation did not add enough parking spaces to meet the bylaw. From a planning perspective, this property is only a couple of blocks from the main commercial street in Sydney. It's very close to a number of services and amenities in the community, as well as public gathering spaces. It's close to a number of transit routes, as the applicant pointed out. And as Sydney's council is clearly supporting active transportation with the active transportation plan last year, the area is fully built out with sidewalks. So there may be a demand for people looking to find homes in this area that don't need a parking space, that don't drive cars. That's challenging for some people to believe, but some people don't drive, And some people choose Sydney because they can walk everywhere. And whether they're in a position of not having obtained a driver's license, or maybe looking to the next phase in their life where they're not driving so much, Sydney is a good place to live where you don't need to drive everywhere. So that hopefully addresses your comments there.
Yeah, no, through the mayor, staff, thank you. It does, and in fact, your opening comment with regard to elaborating on the maximum number of stories could very well reduce the number of units, as you noted, hence reduce the number of parking stalls required. So I appreciate that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no others, I just have a question related in terms of option 1, and the density is the density calculation is floor area ratio, as we refer to as FAR, and that exceeds the zoning bylaw. But staff haven't recommended that that the design in option 1 that the design address floor area ratio or density. If staff could speak to that, please.
Sure, thank you. Again, removing that 5th floor and reducing the setbacks would pull in the building's floor area in a way that would subsequently reduce that floor area ratio. And that the floor area ratio is the ratio of the lot area to the amount of floor space proposed in the building. So if you drop a floor and pull it in from all the sides, you're dropping that floor area, which would change the ratio.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of the applicant or staff? Seeing none, I want to thank the applicant again for your presentation, for taking questions both from members of the public and from council. We'll now commence with our recommendations and deliberations. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And thank you, everyone.
So I'll now turn to council to consider bringing a recommendation forward. Councillor Rintoul.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move option 1 that the applicant for official community plan amendment application number OP10031, the zoning amendment
Point of
application.
order. Sorry, those numbers actually are incorrect. If you refer to option 2, you'll see the actual correct numbers. They somehow got put in the wrong order, I think.
Okay.
Sorry, if I may interject for a moment. Thank you, Councillor Gannett, for your point of order. I do acknowledge it and it's helpful. I'll turn to Ms. Nelson. Would it just be, could we just make reference to the amendment application and leave the number out at this junction?
That's correct. I have the correct numbers here, so yes.
Thank you. If you could then proceed just without the numbers on those 4 applications.
Thank you. So I'll move that the project at 2447 Henry Avenue be requested to revise the design of the development to address the following.
No, sorry, I'll interject again. You can begin from the beginning and read the motion as written.
Oh, just assume that the
just
correct,
without the numbers.
Okay, I will.
Sorry, point of order again. Just for reference, 2447 Henry is not the address. That's should be 9989 and 9991 5th Street. Yeah, that whole part got kind of discombobulated.
Thank you. I will insert the 5th Street addresses, and we'll keep the numbers as they appear in the recommendation option 1, knowing that staff will amend them. So I so move that the applicant for official community plan amendment application number OP10031, the zoning amendment application number RZ10094, development variance permit application number DV100212, development permit application number DP100689 at 989 and 991 5th Street. Revise the design of the development to address the following: 1, the maximum permitted number of stories, and 2, required setbacks.
Second, with the amended numbers.
We have it moved and seconded, appreciating that those numbers will be corrected in, for the record. I'll turn to the mover and seconder to begin deliberations.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think certainly appreciate the presentation, the feedback from the applicant with respect to the challenges. The clarification on height was important, but I feel like the massing of the building, perhaps because of the number of stories, has impacted the setbacks in particular. And as staff noted, quite possibly if the number of stories is reduced, it does address some of these other concerns around parking numbers for the project as well. So well, I understand our process quite often can be to see a project where we have some concerns move forward to the Advisory Planning Commission to get their insight as a part of it. You know, I'm concerned that that this go further to that point, and that we get similar concerns coming back from APC, and that it's probably favorable to provide the developer the opportunity with our feedback and observations this evening to look to revisit. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Duck, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I concur, and this, even with losing the 5th floor, will still be the largest building in that area, and hence why it fits within the OCP as structured now. I'm also concerned about the parking. I don't think you could take vehicle parking away from even bachelor units, because they too need cars. And we are in a community that still requires cars because of distance from other amenities, not just those that are located in Sydney. And lastly, I concur with Councillor O'Toole, just the massing of the building. I think by reducing the setbacks and then losing the floor, that this will fit better into the community as established. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to turn to Councillor Novick, Councillor O'Keefe, Councillor Gurnett, and Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm afraid I have to not support this motion, and I'll tell you why. The questions that I asked of the proponent about parking, about storage, about the 4 to 5 stories, the responses to those questions simply confirmed in my mind that the economic viability of new developments in Sydney is under attack from many directions. I think the proponent mentioned some of them, the tariffs, the supply chain issues, and I believe it's getting more and more expensive to build any property, regardless of the size. My concern is that perhaps our OCP and our zoning bylaws are not in alignment with the market realities of construction. And what leads me to believe that is the fact that the previous 4-story building was never built to completion, and that this proponent felt that the only way a project on this piece of land was viable was to make it 5 stories, so that there could be enough units that he could sell in order to get back his investment. I don't believe that the proponent is greedy and looking to make a ridiculous amount of profit from a single development. I don't think the proponent is driving around in a Lamborghini, and that this would simply add to his collection of exotic supercars. I think that he's doing this out of necessity. And I'm concerned that we're seeing more and more developments coming to us, asking for variances and asking for changes to the OCP, simply because of the recent world realities, both the follow-up to COVID, the problems with the United States and supply chain are perhaps, and I'm not saying this with any degree of certainty, but I'm speculating that perhaps the requirements of our OCP and some of our zoning bylaws are not in alignment with the reality of real estate development today. I would support option 2. I would like to see that property developed. I get asked every day by people who live in the area, when is that property going to be developed? And of course, I don't know that for a fact. But I believe that sending the proponent back to the drawing board is simply going to cause him to maybe look more suspiciously at the project and perhaps not develop it at all. And all that will do is simply make it more difficult down the road for any developer to come along and develop and sell units in that location, because the costs are not going to go down over time. The costs are only going to go up, and it's going to become more and more difficult for developers to meet their simple economic realities, even if it is a reasonable profit of 10 or 15% on a development. The costs today to develop properties are very high. That's pretty much it. I'm afraid I can't support this motion. I think that if we do pass this motion, the project will not get developed, and that piece of land will sit vacant for another several years and perhaps never get developed at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Novak. I'll next turn to Councillor O'Keefe, followed by Councillor Gurnett. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I'm in favor of sending this back for redesign for a number of reasons. First of all, I want to address some comments made during the presentation. A lot of mention about how this was similar to the previous development, and then we kind of changed the rules. The reason we changed the rules, and I remember the discussion very well during the OCP and the zoning bylaw, is we recognize and we heard from the community that Sydney is a small, very small footprint. And we know that we have to have more densification in the town. There's a lot of people that like to come here and retire here, and also we're starting to see more families as well. And that's all a good thing. But we made a conscious effort that, knowing that that development was coming, we wanted to have larger setbacks, to have green space, and less massing in certain areas. So that's why we did it. And that wasn't too long ago. In terms of saying that our current OCP and our zoning bylaw are kind of out of touch with the market reality, I'm not in favor of changing our vision for what we want in our community based on the current market reality for developers. And the reason for that is we know that development goes in cycles. There's ups and downs. And I know, I don't argue at all that development is expensive at this time. Tariffs, yeah, are out there. That's an issue, but hopefully that's going to be a short-term thing. We don't know. Supply chain issues, we're still struggling from that from COVID. On the positive side, I hear from my brother who builds these sorts of things on the mainland, is that labor rates are coming down. So I recognize the economic challenges, but I don't feel like after we've only had our OCP and zoning bylaw in place for a short time that we completely toss that out the window for economic situation at this time. I might have a different view if this was something that brought something new or unique to the community. If it was a development that had been brought forward by, say, in partnership with a nonprofit housing society, and we were going to get some affordable housing or something like that, then I would be more willing to be a bit flexible. But this is going to be market condos for whatever they can sell them for, and there's a huge demand because people from all across Canada want to move here. In terms of diversity, talked about this is adding to the diversity of our housing. I don't see that that's the case. We're building more of the same that we've built for the last several years, targeting people downsizing that want to move here. Just a couple other things. In terms of aesthetics, I guess my feedback to the developer would say I'd like to see something different there. Like much of the feedback that we got, I also found it just from an aesthetic perspective, kind of boxy, institutional looking. I didn't see that it really fit in with the community. I'm presuming that if it gets redesigned, that we won't need a parking variance. I'm not in favor of parking variances at this time. We're already seeing problems with parking, not just in this downtown area, but in neighborhoods as well. So I don't think we need to add issues to that. In terms of the, about that we're handing out variances for OCPs and zoning bylaws all over the place to accommodate developers. That's just not the case. You know, we've got a number of developments on the books that are going to move forward, almost 300 units across the highway and Beacon West. So if this property doesn't get developed, I'm not particularly worried about that, because I think there's enough other projects on the go that will satisfy our current demand. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. I'll turn to Councillor Gurnett next.
Thank you, Mayor. I would first like to thank the people who spoke at public participation regarding this item, and for the people who wrote in letters and emails to us. A couple of comments, and it was spoken to by the presenter. Just to clarify for the letter writers, there's a lot of mention of height and too tall, and as the proponent mentioned, it is in the allowable height. It's just the stories. It's more the density factor of it that's the concern. And there were some other letter writers that mentioned about the town buying it for a park, and I guess maybe they weren't aware that a year and a half ago, we did buy a park for Sydney at on 3rd Street, 10,097, 10,103, which is just 2 streets over. So there is going to be a park. It's not a special park just yet, but it's nice green space if you want to sit and relax. So we have moved forward on those kind of items, knowing this area is underserved for parkland. With regards to this particular development, I'll speak to the point about the parking and not having parking for the bachelor units, and having known somebody who purchased in the Mount Baker 3rd Street building, that became an issue when they decided to sell, because people wanted a parking space. So it took an extra couple of years to sell the unit. So, and it was a problem for family members visiting, even the fact that there wasn't parking for the unit itself. So there's issues that can arise from not having parking that we don't see necessarily right away. With regards to the question I asked about earlier on about integrating seamlessly in the surrounding community, I know the area very well, delivered it for years, and I spent the weekend, I went out there with the picture that was put into the package that was given to us, and walked around the neighborhood and looked at it from every angle, and I don't see how it integrates seamlessly. It doesn't suit what's around there. The one on the corner in 3rd and Henry does more so because there's buildings on 4th Street closer to it that are similar in height. So it fits in a little more seamlessly on that side, but on that particular corner, I don't believe it does. From that perspective, staff has spoken to the setbacks and the scale of development, and the fact that it's mentioned earlier, and I think Councillor O'Keefe touched on it as well, the OCP and zoning bylaw, which were extensively engaged in the public. What we heard commonly was the lack of green space, and also the fact that it may not align with market reality in real estate, but it does align with the reality of what the people in this community wanted. The OCP and zoning bylaw was an extensively engaged documents. So the setbacks are not just offhanded consideration. They're really important. The green space is important as this community develops, as we adapt to Bill 44, which is taking more and more trees away, which is why the allowance of the 24 square meters for a tree on multifamily is so important, because as we develop these properties in this way, all the trees go away, and this community won't be healthy in the long term without trees. And so this is why it was put in there. It's incredibly important. The community wanted it. So it's not something that we can just say, you know what, just build to the outer edges and just not provide any green space and not provide trees, because those things were put in the OCP for a reason. I just think that the way I look at it is this particular, it's a little bit confounding to me. I can understand where you're coming from wanting to bring it forward, but there's just so much about it that doesn't fit. And so I am a little frustrated by the fact that there wasn't more put into it to try and get it to fit with what our community wants as its vision moving forward. So I definitely will support the motion that's on the table. It's just not right for what we need here, and I think staff has made a really good suggestion in terms of trying to make it fit for what the community would like. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gurnett. I'll turn to Councillor Duncan, please.
Thank you. I'm also in favor of option 1. I too was quite surprised actually that this proposal came forward as it was with the number of variances that it has, especially given we just went through the OCP process and updated that. We typically will give a couple, we have had a couple variances in other projects come forward, but the variance comes with the cost of giving us, you know, a goodie, and it's usually going to be affordable housing or extra green space or something like that. And in this case, we didn't get that. I was a little actually surprised even that it was going to be condos at this point, because we know the condo market is sagging very, very severely from east and flowing across, and even Vancouver. So I mean, I can understand why you'd want to get going on this now, because I imagine the prospects aren't good going forward either, which is why a lot of people have come forward saying they've pivoted to market rental, which is dropping but not as fast. And so to that end, I would say the other thing that struck me about this application is that, yeah, as others have mentioned, it didn't really seem to know who it was catering for. It's definitely not a downsizer. Our OCP requires 10% dwelling units to be 3 bedrooms. And so this is actually substantially more, 10 in a 30 dwelling unit building. And the reason we actually put that stipulation into multifamily unit buildings is that we weren't getting enough family space. In Sydney, the average household size is 1, and half of our housing is single family housing, which means that the average single family house has a single person in it. So the incentive is to try to actually get the people who are in a single family home with those 3, 4, 5 bedrooms into 1 bedroom. We were not able to induce people to do that with the disparities in the market. People would say, I'd sell, I'd still have a mortgage. And so we were stipulating that people start actually building those additional 3 bedrooms. I myself live in a rental that is a family unit with 3 bedrooms and den. It took me 2 years to find one come available. And so to have this many and then call it planning to be downsizing, it doesn't actually fit what a downsizer needs, which is fewer bedrooms. If it was to be dedicated to family, then I would certainly say the discrepancy with parking would be no good, because we know we're going to have 2 likely working age people who will be more likely to need a car. And again, I'm going to be careful with the word need, because my spouse and I have 3 jobs between us and we do not have a car. We live in market rate rental. That's the trade-off to afford it. And we get by with moto and transit and walking and bikes. And so when people say they have a need, I would say a working family would be more likely to need parking, but it is not necessarily one, especially if it had been rental. But what I would be looking at mostly is that, particularly in a condo where people are purchasing a unit, and particularly if it's aiming at a senior population, whether or not they need the car is immaterial. They're not getting rid of it because they're used to it. And so, planning for what people are actually going to do becomes very important. So I think, looking at going forward, having as changing the actual unit distribution to more accurately reflect a downsizing population and gearing towards that would probably be good. I would also say, I guess I have to give a bouquet where one is deserved, that there is that dedicated scooter parking. I work in a building where all of the residents have been there 30 odd years. They've retired and aged in place in that building, and a large proportion of the parking stalls are empty as they've had to give up driving, and they're filled with just a row of electric scooters plugged in at the back. And so that's very much a real thing. However, then when you look at the parking and see if it's being planned for aging in place, there should be way more accessible buildings. And the public comment about the accessible spot for a van, that there is one, but this building would need even more if that was the target demographic. So again, there's just a real mismatch there. So I'll give kudos to having clearly watched some of the meeting videos and seen some of the comments that we've had before regarding trees and things like that, but until I see something that actually fits with a coherent design, it would have to be a redesign for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. With all other colleagues having spoken, I will speak briefly in support of the motion that is on the floor, and try not to be repetitive at length, but While the interior of the building has the design elements and the amenities that we would want to expect, and I applaud the applicant for including those. This is a request to amend our official community plan. It is for a number of stories, and it's a request to amend our zoning bylaw for the floor area ratio and for the setbacks. And as other colleagues have indicated, we did have extensive engagement with the community 2 to 3 short years ago to come up with the OCP guidelines for this area and for the RM7 zone in our zoning bylaw. If we are to change, if we are to make this this OCP amendment and this zoning amendment as requested, what it does is it sets aside for a moment our current OCP, because any other applicant can come forward and indicate an economic need, and we would be under the same considerations of do we change the density. And we have a fair bit of excuse me, we have a fair bit of land in Sydney designated RM7 zone. And what about the other zones, if there was an economic need to amend those zones for higher density as well? When we did the official community plan, we looked at the entire community. We looked at all of the different needs and uses that occur in our community, whether they're parks, whether they're institutional for schools and for our own municipal facilities, for commercial, for industrial across the highway. And so we came up with a comprehensive plan to have balance in our community with the rising density that we're seeing in our community because of the growth and the demand for housing around the world, across the country, and in our community as well, but to find a balance. And we found that balance by designating 4 stories, which in effect controls the density by not allowing a greater floor area ratio. And within the zoning bylaw, the floor area ratio itself and the setbacks, and others have already spoken to the strong desire and consensus across the community for increased setbacks that we currently have in our zoning bylaws. So, you know, we have had hundreds of units, housing units built in a great variety of types of housing in Sydney over the last several years, and we have several hundred units that council has either approved or is in the process of considering going forward. So I hope the applicant can consider council's, give consideration to council's remarks this evening and bring a revised application forward, because we do desire housing throughout our community as needed. I'll leave my remarks there. I'm not seeing any speakers for a second time. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? We have Councillor Novick opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. We are now turning to section 5 on the agenda, and as I indicated during approval of the agenda, while the agenda shows bylaws under 5A, B, and C with regards to animal license and control, we will be first considering bylaw 5D and 5E, which is bylaw number, the first under D is bylaw number 2297, amendment number 1 to our official community plan to allow emergency shelter use as a permitted use at Wakefield Manor, 9924 3rd Street. And the second is bylaw number 2298, which is amendment number 3 to our zoning bylaw to allow emergency shelter use as a permitted use at Wakefield Manor, 9924 3rd Street. I'm first going to turn to Ms. Verhagen and to Chief Mickelson to introduce their report. Council may then have questions, and then council will consider its deliberations.
Thank you. So this report provides information on the draft amendments to the official community plan bylaw and to the zoning bylaw. Draft bylaw number 2297 would be the amendment to the OCP. that would add a policy statement in section 5, which is the policy section for residential lands in Sydney. And that would support the provision of emergency shelters through a zoning amendment process. So that would allow council to consider other shelter locations on residential lands in the future, but would require a zoning amendment to do that. It wouldn't outright permit it through the zoning bylaw. And that zoning amendment would have the associated public engagement process that's required for all zoning amendments like that. Draft bylaw number 2298 would amend the text of the zoning bylaw to allow emergency shelter as a conditional permitted use in that RM7 zone, the multi-unit residential tier 2, which is the long name for RM7. That's the zone of the property at 9924 3rd Street, and the whole block, and really that surrounding neighborhood is all zoned RM7. It would allow it as a site-specific use. Within the addition, that means it would be permitted on that legally described property only. You can see that text in the draft bylaw, that it has the legal description for that property. And it also, there would be a condition that the shelter use only be operated during extreme cold weather events. And as it says in the report, if it's approved, the emergency shelter use would be operated within the existing building on the property. I'll turn it over to Mr. Newcomb to speak about the OCP legislative requirements around amending the OCP bylaw.
Thank you. So with an OCP amendment, there are some legislative requirements that a local government needs to go through, and it's laid out in Section 475 of the Local Government Act. The first one is that the local government proposing to make the change must provide one or more opportunities it considers appropriate for consultation with persons, organizations, and authorities it considers will be affected. This has been satisfied. The town did send out a letter to residents in the area inviting feedback. And then based on that previous section, council needs to consider whether opportunities for consultation with one or more persons, organizations, and authorities should be early and ongoing. The town essentially has an ongoing consultation process for any OCP amendment. Once we've initiated the process, we invite feedback, and that feedback is provided to council throughout the process before the decision is made. And then finally, there's a list of organizations that the Local Government Act requires us to consider consulting with. We only need to consider whether these organizations need to be consulted with. We don't specifically need to consult with them. The final requirement is that with any OCP amendment, the municipality needs to consult with the local school district. Staff neglected to add a recommendation in the staff report to do so. If council decides to move this OCP amendment forward, we'd request that a resolution be added, a motion be added to have staff send a letter to the local school district advising them of the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newcomb. I have a first question. Sorry.
Any comments from the chief in terms?
Oh, thank you. I have a first question. When I introduced the item under 5D, I indicated, as is in the agenda, that amendment number 1, bylaw number 2297 to the official community plan to allow emergency shelter use as a permitted use at Wakefield Manor and 9924, the address on 3rd Street. Would it change if the wording of that, the intent was to consider allowing, the OCP amendment was to consider allowing emergency shelters through amendments to the zoning bylaw? Would that suffice as the amendment to the OCP rather than the specific address at Wakefield Manor?
Yeah, in response, the way the bylaw 2297 is drafted, it does say consider allowing emergency shelters through amendments to the zoning bylaw. The OCP amendment proposed is not specific to 9924 3rd Street.
Okay, thank you. So my follow-up to that then is while there is that wording and that clarification, if council was to move forward on this amendment to the official community plan, it would allow us to locate a community, an emergency shelter elsewhere in the community and not have to be at 9924 3rd Street.
Yes, that's correct. A zoning amendment process would have to follow to allow it somewhere else, but Mr. Newcomb might want to add something. Yeah, it would permit it on the residential lands, in residential lands designations.
Okay, Mr. Newcomb.
The policy proposed for the OCP is specific to the residential lands section, so it would have to be on some type of residential zoning within the town, not on any piece of property in the town.
Is there a reason why staff, when drafting this bylaw amendment, didn't consider a similar amendment to other lands such as institutional?
I believe it was based on previous council discussions that this was the preferred site, and the OCP amendment is not, OCPs are not intended to be a site-specific change. That's what the zoning bylaw is for. So in this case, the OCP change was specific enough to allow it on this property, but not a site-specific change, if that makes sense.
Thank you. That's a question I had. I'll turn to Councillor Duck.
Yes, if I may, through Chief Mickelson. Chief, just reflecting on previous years, if you had an emergency weather shelter available, how many days would that have been used?
Through the mayor, to Councillor Duck, again, it'd be an approximation, but we would state, again, that would also have linkage in respect to where the temperature thresholds would be set. Speaking with BC Housing and experienced folks there, probably in the town of Sydney would be between perhaps 8 to 10, and that would be in probably a harsher winter than normal nights a year.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe, please.
Thank you. So a couple questions in regards to and I think I asked this question last time, and I can't remember where we are in that process, but I felt it was important that we give accurate information to the community about what would be involved at this shelter. And I'm wondering, at what time in the process does that take place? So I know that it sounds like a notice went out to people to say, if you want to ask questions about this, come here on August 18th. But what I heard from the community today were, I think there seems to be a fair amount of misunderstanding perhaps about what is being proposed here in terms of, I got the impression that people maybe think this is going to be, and even in some of the letters that we got, that housing for persons with addictions is being proposed at Wakefield Manor. And concern about, safety and other sorts of things. And there's also some comments made about, the individuals that would be there. There was comments made about how come we're doing this, and perhaps it's a duplication of services when beds are available in other shelters. And we had a fair amount of discussion back in the fall on these sort of things. And the answer to some of those things is that yes, there are shelter beds. I think somebody mentioned 130. If you check with the Salvation Army, there's a couple members of council here that attended those sessions, and those beds are always in use. So it's not that there's a plethora of these things. So I guess my question to staff is, at what point do we get to give the community some accurate information about, as Councillor Duck pointed out, how many days per year this would be in use? What would the hours be? What would be the protocol, the security? How many people do we anticipate using? Because I think those are important things for the people of the community to know. I think it's important for them to know that these people, the 8 or so people that might make use of these, they're people that live in our community. They're not from somewhere else. They've lived here for years and years. So I think we need to have some kind of package of information to convey to people as we move forward with this.
Chief Mickelson?
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Keefe, pardon me, I would start by saying I'd say the majority of that information is previously available in the council package of January 13th as well as July 14th. A lot of the, particularly the first council report detailed all the different options for various shelter sites and articulated what they encompass, so that's in the public realm. You know, primarily what we're looking at is, again, an extreme weather response shelter. So that is only opened when the temperature thresholds meet the criteria that pose a life and safety risk to unhoused persons. And we are required as a local authority or jurisdiction to have plans in place and to try to mitigate those risks to persons in our community. That's a provincial requirement that we as a municipality are born to do. Now, we would anticipate most extreme weather shelters are open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. That is typically, and that's probably, there's some fluidity there in respect. They might open at 6 to 6, but I would anticipate that that's how we would follow. We do not anticipate that this will be a widely subscribed shelter, but we honestly don't know. We're all aware that this kind of was born out of some concern from a lot of shelter site crowding, in particular in Victoria, where the city of Victoria was bearing the brunt of you know, trying to shelter basically the entirety of the unhoused populace in the CRD. I did a quick look. I went on the BC Housing website and I looked, this was just two or 3 days ago, in respect to the amount of open shelters in the CRD, and there were 12 shelters that were open right now, and that comprised 322 beds. And the last point in time homeless persons count was 1,665. So the simple math is there is a need. These people are in our community. Yeah, those are the numbers.
Okay, thanks.
Just to add on to what the chief was relaying there is only one additional shelter in the region that's in Saanich. So Victoria has 12, Saanich has 1, Souk has 1, but Souk it's a part of the Capital Regional District, but not our immediate region. So there is a real need and there is a real lack of supply for these types of shelters, and these 13 shelters that are, you know, in our area include all of the shelters, not just the emergency cold weather shelters. In terms of response to your questions around how the facility would function, those are great questions, and we are happy to be partnering with Beacon Community Services, who does provide shelter programming in the city of Victoria. So they are experienced in this type of work, and they do understand this type of work. And so I don't know the specific details in terms of what types of security they will provide on site, but there'll be a minimum of 2 staff on site that will have the appropriate level of training. And depending on the demand of the facility, that, you know, the management will have to change accordingly. And so we'll be working closely with Beacon Community Services in the management plan if the project does continue to move forward. And we do keep our RCMP members well informed of the development of this plan as well. And so it's absolutely not something that staff take lightly, and we are paying close attention to the concerns of the neighborhood being brought forward, and we'll try to do what we can to mitigate and alleviate those concerns.
Thank you for that. And sort of related to that, I know that when Councillor Novick and myself attended the session on this for the Salvation Army, and the question was asked about, you know, is there problems with you know, people who come to use this loitering around outside, their experience was people are cold, they just want to come in and sleep. And in the very infrequent times that they had issues, you know, they would call the police and they would come. And this was a shelter that had upwards of 40 people. So I presume there would be a similar protocol in place in terms of, in the event that unusual circumstance, there was some sort of issue, RCMP, as you say, are our partners in providing support.
That's correct, and the staff providing the services will have been trained in de-escalation and harm prevention and other appropriate training as well, and as was mentioned earlier by some of our public speakers too, not all of the population that need this service are of concern too, so I want to be careful about painting that population the same brush. So.
Okay, thank you. And just one more, if I may, to planning staff. Going back to the wording for the amendment for the OCP, if we wanted, if council wanted to expand that to, I don't know, like other, like institutional or, I don't know, are churches institutional, or is where Shoal Center is located? I'm just wondering what would be the next kind of broader place that we might look for that kind of space.
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Keefe. So the Shoal Center is designated as residential in the OCP.
Oh,
so it would be
okay.
covered under this. Emergency cold weather shelter is already, would be possible to be accommodated in institutional designated areas. Institutional includes emergency services.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we don't need, okay, gotcha. Okay, that's great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. Councillor Rintoul, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff, just to follow up on Councillor O'Keefe's last line of inquiry with respect to institutional, I think you posed the question, does that include churches under institutional? I believe it does, but I'm looking for your clarification.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rintoul. So the institutional OCP designation allows for emergency services. The zoning that permits churches, I believe, does not currently permit emergency services. There's 2 zones in the institutional group of zones. One of them is public institutional uses. I'm just confirming with Ms. Verhagen here that I'm correct, but I believe that's the zone that allows emergency services. And then there's a private institutional zone that allows for churches and other uses. That use does not permit emergency services that would permit this use.
Okay, clear as mud. But I guess the point is that in terms of addressing the point the mayor originally brought up, and that's with regards to residential lands, I'm inclined to think that, you know, it's going to be extremely, you know, challenging to address this in zoning bylaw at any rate. But if we could look to zero in on the OCP amendment to be, you know, on an area institutional in nature, and you're saying there's 2 of those, perhaps that's where some wordsmithing, you know, needs to occur. My question at this point is with respect to the language that's proposed, aside from you know, the zoning implication. The wording as suggested reads, consider allowing emergency shelters through amendments to the zoning bylaw. So you know, this is the OCP. It would enable us to be able to do that in particular zones. I get that, whatever those zones are to be determined. But the reference to emergency shelters seems broader than most of the text that I've seen in staff reports or in conversation around extreme cold weather events specifically, or around extreme weather response shelter. That's the type of language that we have used in this discussion. The catalyst for this was one of the local church groups who expressed concern with the community outreach work that they do. So if you could tell me why is it that the language proposed is broader, reading, consider allowing emergency shelters as opposed to consider allowing extreme weather response shelters, as an example?
I can speak to that through the mayor. I think the intent there was to have the wording more in line with this kind of more broad wording in those OCP policies, that they are intended to be broader and more high level, with the specifics coming in the zoning bylaw. If it was council's wish to zone in closer on emergency cold weather response shelters in the OCP, that can be done. We can change the wording in the draft bylaw amendment, noting that if there was some other kind of emergency shelter that council wanted to consider in the future, that would then need another amendment to the OCP. And the way the current wording is, concluding that sentence with through amendments to the zoning bylaw, it would always require an amendment to the zoning bylaw. And speaking just to the institutional lands designation, as Mr. Newcomb said, there's two institutional zones, the private institutional and public institutional. Where we are right now is public institutional zone, the town hall site. Private institutional zones, in Sydney, most of them are occupied with places of worship, like a church. So that could be added to that through a rezoning process, but it's not currently permitted. And again, you'd need that public rezoning process with a public hearing to add that use in under the OCP as it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. A question I have, through to staff, is we have been in a process and have received information at prior meetings. Can staff perhaps give a summary of the other locations or other types of locations that were considered for this emergency weather shelter?
Yeah. Through the mayor, we did a number of, worked with a number of groups and non-government organizations. Again, we were instructed to try to establish an extreme weather response shelter within the context that'd be funded by BC Housing and operated by an NGO. Those were the constraints, because our ability as a town, that was with our staff limitations, our budget limitations, and that is the most appropriate path forward based on that's kind of the first part of the algorithm of trying to deal with an extreme weather response, is to put that in place before you set up other mechanisms. Now, we looked at a number, churches primarily were looked at, but again, we can look at the zoning as this one aspect. We need to find a suitable facility that an NGO will agree to operate out of, that BC Housing will approve. And then kind of the third inject in there is the town of Sydney as a local authority, ensuring that it has to comply with fire code and building code regulations. So when we looked at a number of churches and other kind of public sites, they were all eliminated from a variety of those reasons. And that's what led us primarily to the Wakefield site. What makes that site unique in some circumstances is that it's owned by BC Housing, which is also the provincial entity that funds and provides for extreme weather response shelters, and it's operated by Beacon Community Services, who is willing and is in the process of trying to apply for an extreme weather response shelter at that site, and they have experience doing that in the CRD. And on top of that, also the property is unique in the sense that it's sprinklered, enunciated. From a fire safety perspective, it has no issues, and the public space or the foyer, the lobby, can be completely separated, and that was one of my primary concerns. Again, considering, you know, the safety and you know, the basically how would residents not have to interact potentially or with shared hallways or corridors, and that building does allow itself to block off or be separated in its entirety. So that was kind of the final push that made it seem that that was reasonable, and the Beacon Community Services staff as well as BC Housing were supportive, and they felt it was safe and appropriate. So a little bit of deference was provided there, and that's why we moved forward with that site.
Thank you for that. several pieces of the correspondence that we received. It referred to the what the space in Wakefield Manor would be for the emergency shelter beds is currently common area space. Can staff indicate what the current use of that space is vis-a-vis the current residents?
Apologies, I cannot speak to what frequency the residents use it. I know it's a common space. There's washrooms and there's a small kind of common kitchen attached. I know that we have used that space as the fire department, and I've taught infant CPR classes in that space. So I know it's kind of been a public use space in that context. But I cannot comment. I'd have to defer or could get some information from BCS in respect to the accessibility of residents using that space. I can't speak to that.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Keefe, please.
Thank you. Question through you to the chief, just for some clarity. Is it my understanding that Beacon Community Services is already started a process to get funding or to set something up with BC Housing? I know I had some conversations with Shoal Centre a while, I think last summer, because they had concerns about, there's a number of seniors who live in Sydney who are homeless, and so they were talking about setting up something for them. So I'm presuming that their actions are as a result of that?
Well, again, through the Mayor to Councillor O'Keefe, yes, we've been working with BCS, and they weren't, obviously there's staffing limitations, and they were concerned about capacity issues because they have their homeless or sheltering coordinator person also and staff work and provide a shelter primarily targeted for youth in the CRD, so they weren't 100% certain that they'd be able to provide the appropriate level of trained staff. Subsequently, they stated that they would be willing to come on board and operate as the NGO, which obviously is from our perspective is ideal. And they're just in the process, because they work hand in hand with BC Housing. They were involved in this and speak daily with BC Housing through the numerous facilities that they own and operate in the CRD. So the application process is underway, but obviously that's still pending, and a number of other things have to fall into place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duck?
I'm prepared to move the recommendation.
Please go ahead. If there's no further questions, please go ahead.
And I so move that the bylaw be given first reading.
Second?
It's moved and seconded. Please go ahead on your motivation.
Yeah, I just think, as been outlined here, this hasn't been a process we started today or yesterday. It's been in 7 months, and that 7 months has been, as the chief outlined, has been doing a lot of research and a lot of legwork to find a number of things, a number of pieces that have to be put together to work. And I think we're kind of in a place where this is the option we have. As the chief has indicated, it's 8 to 10 days of the year for the people that live outside of housing in Sydney. This is not for people that are not coming from other communities. This is for people that live here but are without housing. And this is an emergency weather condition. This is when the protocols within the province are subject to that person losing their life if they remain on the street. And we need to put them somewhere where they can be safe through that coldest part of the day. The requirements by BC Housing require a suitable qualified operator, which is in this case Beacon Community Services. It requires a facility that can accommodate that. And the one we've identified is one that can be separate from residents, can be utilized on a short-term basis, and can be in a suitable area in the municipality that can be accessed by the people needing this service. So it's not without consideration we've come this far, and certainly the next step, as is indicated by the mayor, is that we're going to a public hearing about this, where people can come forward and share further thoughts on this. But this is the first facility that we can actually respond to a provincial mandate that requires us to have a facility for emergency cold weather, as was proposed to us by churches in this community that we're trying to help those that are homeless in our mix. And I think it's important that we start to recognize as a community we have a responsibility to support all of those in the community as best we can, especially in emergency situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll turn to the seconder.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that we're doing motivation after first reading. Should we have waited until second reading?
Actually, we should have. So thank you. I'll take that as a point of order. And I'll call the question on first reading. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Novak, Councillor Rentoul are opposed. The motion carries. Just before we go to second reading, there are two readings. Typically, we don't deliberate at first reading. This is just under provincial legislation for local government. And we have our discussion at second reading. So I've just gone through first reading, and we'll go to second reading, and we'll just continue the discussion we were having, or the deliberation we were having. Sorry, a mover for second reading?
Thank you, Mayor. Move second reading.
And second.
And seconded, and now we will turn to motivation and allow you to continue.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I have nothing to add to that, and would turn it to my colleagues to either supplement or argue the point. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan, please.
Yeah, certainly. I don't wish to go over the timeline or technical matters. I think those have been, robustly summarized again. That many of the comments, it's just clear that there's still a lot of misunderstanding about the terminology, which is understandable. I remember I sent an email, and I'd had to do a bunch of research online to get really clear on what each type of shelter was and what it offered. And so hopefully people now understand. We're only talking about, at this point, an emergency weather shelter, whatever the wording is that goes in. And the impetus really was, of course, a very active St. Andrew's Anglican Church frequently came in to advocate on behalf of the unhoused population, who they're personally very familiar with, as they run lunch programs for the people who are in town. And so they were better able to acquaint those of us on council with exactly what the needs of our specific demographic of unhoused people were, and why they live here in Sydney, where we have so few facilities, versus in Victoria. And so, which is, of course, that they have the same demographics as the people in Sydney, and they don't necessarily feel comfortable in Victoria. The most cited reason is they're just afraid. They're afraid of people, they're younger, they may have mental health problems, they may have drug problems, and these people don't. They're merely seniors who were priced out of affordable housing. And many other seniors in their demographic simply left town altogether, and we no longer hear from them because they're gone. And so we also wanted to answer Victoria's call, perhaps to our discredit. We were spending a lot of time trying to figure out where to go with it, until Victoria finally said, we're so desperate, you have to help us at least shoulder your own load. It's a small load. It's only 12 people, maybe 20, but the need is so huge compared to the demand that at least what we could do is shoulder our own load, and we've decided to do that. And so, to that end, the idea, one commenter said it's not ethical or safe to mix elderly, vulnerable people with the homeless population. And so I'm trying to make clear, these are exactly the same demographic, and they're even more vulnerable. And I have volunteered a couple times serving lunches at our place. Most of the politicians, when you join politics in the region, are encouraged to do so. And I know that many here have, on many more occasions than I have. And on the occasions that I did, I was absolutely blown away by the good vibes in that place. It is the most comfortable, welcoming, safe place when you're inside that building. If you don't believe me, anyone can volunteer. Call my bluff, go in, see for yourself. Serve some lunches. It's amazing inside. And one of the reasons for that was made clear to me because there was a news crew there at the time. And a little old lady who was up to my shoulder tops got up, and she wanted to talk to the news and advocate for our place. And she wanted to say, she wanted to be very clear to the people watching that she was not unhoused, and that roughly half the people on any given day, a third to half, who are there having lunch at our place are not unhoused. they're seniors who live in poverty in the surrounding residential buildings. So these facilities are very much part of the residential neighborhoods where they are located. And they're used by the residents who live there, who are not unhoused, but they can't necessarily afford a meal, and they're very lonely, a lot of them, right? These are the people she chose to socialize with. And because she felt welcome there and she felt safe in that environment, and she wanted to advocate for her neighbors. And so, again, I just think it's really important to understand that context. And so I think this isn't a motion, but this is something I'm hoping somebody from Beacon Community Services or our St. Andrew's Church may watch or have this news go back to them. But I think what we maybe might need to do is have some face-to-face interaction then with, the actual residents who may be impacted, whether Wakefield Manor ever did become an emergency weather shelter or not, but certainly it'll be somewhere in town, and nobody's gonna say we want it where they are. To actually start having maybe more people come to their luncheons, a couple at a time, and get to actually meet the people who are there, people who are interested. I understand it's gonna be sensitive, but I think if Beacon Community Services and our church can look at how that might be facilitated, I think that would go a long way. I also think maybe some people might like to actually get to know some of the friends. I think a lot of people were always told that loneliness is a factor for seniors everywhere. And so my final point then would be just to drive home the very specifics, that these are not faceless, nameless people who are not here. I think a lot of people who have been in this community for any length of time would remember Mr. Beads, right? He used to be on Beacon Avenue all the time, and he was our most prominent unhoused resident. And one of the reasons we started looking at this, and normally I wouldn't want to talk about somebody's health status in a public forum, but part of it was because we did receive letters that did end up in the public section of our agendas about him when they had to seek emergency medical attention for him because he had pneumonia. And they'd found him buried under the snow in the back alley where he was sleeping. And he was moved into housing, he was moved into housing and he passed away. And so these are not random people who don't belong here, who nobody knew. His friends who lived here in town, who were housed people, wrote to us to point out that we'd failed one of our most prominent members. And because we didn't have a place to send him when it was snowing, even though our business community had long supported him with places to sleep. And that's where he was, in a place that our business community constantly facilitated for him to sleep. And a lot of people might not know that. They might not know that all those people knew him well enough. It wasn't without its problems, but that's what it was. He did tell me his real name once, and I totally forget it. So that's best I can do to say his name was Mr. Beads. Perhaps somebody else will remember what his real name was. Thanks.
Councillor Gurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I do want to address the kind of arching comments. Again, thank you for the comments from the public and letters. There are unhoused people in our community who have mental health and addiction problems. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I walk this community daily and I see them. But I think what's lost on people are the people, as Councillor Duncan spoke to, that are unseen. And we have a segment of our population that are working poor, who live in their cars. I've learned this through staff, and they're guilty of nothing more than being poor. They were forced out of their homes because of renovations or redevelopments or circumstances that just led to they couldn't afford their rents anymore. So I think it's important to remember those people because they seem to get lost in the shuffle because so much of society focuses on the issues that are more dramatic. For me, I will support this motion, and it's more the general aspect of it and the fact that this isn't specific to this Wakefield Manor. It's just in it for the community. But more than that, as the gentleman back there in public participation spoke to, this provides an opportunity for the public to weigh in on the ability to have emergency shelters in the community in general, not to this specific site, but that it'll give everybody in the community the opportunity to weigh in and provide their input. And I think that's incredibly important in our system of democracy. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gurnett. I have Councillor O'Toole, Councillor O'Keefe, and Councillor Novick.
Thank you, Mayor. so, you know, I didn't support this at first reading, and my rationale is that, I understand that of the two matters we're about to discuss, this is frankly the easier one, right? This is, signaling that, we're looking to be able to accommodate in our zoning bylaw, somewhere to place, an emergency weather response shelter. And so, I recognize that is the tougher discussion. This, notwithstanding staff's comments, that it's a broad document. I know, Councillor Gurnett spoke to it as well. This is the roadmap to our community, is showing that, you know, we would like to find a location that's suitable to provide an emergency weather response shelter. And my concern is just with, you know, be it the limitations of the reference to residential lands versus other locations where we should be considering, or the reference and the vagueness to the reference of emergency shelters here as opposed to emergency weather response shelters. I've got concerns with how we adopt that in our OCP, but ultimately, this is the easier document. The next one's tougher because people are going to be very concerned about where it's specifically located, and I understand that. And I'm regretful for the anxiety that it's created in the community, and it's understandable. So, thank you to everyone who came out. But in my mind, I don't think we've tackled, the next piece of this puzzle to the extent that, remapping our OCP, that we're there, or that we're ready for that yet. And I guess it's what came first, the chicken or the egg. I've got concerns with the wording and the language that's in the proposed OCP amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Keith?
Thank you. I also like to say to the community, thank you for your comments, and also sorry for it is causing you some angst. And part of that, I think, as I alluded to earlier, was maybe not fully understanding everything that had been done before. There was comments made about how come we've been working on this for 7 months and you only heard about it now. Well, one of the reasons is when we started talking about this last year, as colleagues said, this was something Victoria had put out there as each community should kind of do their part to support people in these situations. We also had significant input from St. Andrew's Church, who deal with these folks on a regular basis. They're out there talking to them, providing them support with meals, clothing, tents and tarps and all that sort of thing. We got to get a good picture of who they are and that sort of thing. And then we started talking about, we agreed that, yes, this is something that we need to do. We have, I believe, legal and moral obligations in terms of making sure that we do things to support people who are unhoused when the temperature drops to a certain level. And so we didn't right off the bat decide it was going to be Wakefield Manor because we didn't know. As the chief mentioned earlier, there's a lot of specific things that need to be in place for this type of shelter. It has to be have certain fire and building regulations. It needs to be acceptable for BC Housing. A lot of churches don't meet that criteria, or their insurance doesn't provide for that sort of thing. So there's actually very few places where this would fit. And so that's why just recently staff came forward with the idea that Wakefield Manor might be a good place, and there's support from Beacon Community Services and BC Housing, who are familiar with these sort of things. So that's kind of trying to summarize the background on that. In terms of the concerns on this, I know I understand some of the concerns that brought forward. What I'll share with you is a couple of examples that I learned about when we were investigating this last year. And as I mentioned, Salvation Army held an information session for councillors and municipal staff on this. And so the shelter that they have in downtown, 42 beds there that opens up, they rarely have any any issues at all. Like I said earlier, people are cold, they just want to get out of the cold and sleep. They come in at 7 or 8 o'clock, and then they're gone in the morning. There's another similar shelter in Saanich, which is actually the same building where there's the Native Friendship Center. There's a daycare center that operates there. Young kids are very vulnerable population. However, they've had a cold weather shelter there for several years that works very well. These folks come in later in the day, they stay there overnight. It's in a residential area, and in the morning they're gone, and there hasn't been any issues or disruption there. So just share those with you as examples of how it's worked in other areas. And again, it's meant to be used infrequently, and my colleagues have made some other good points. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. I'll turn to Councillor Novick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to members of the public who have eloquently addressed us this evening with their concerns and with their letters and emails. I'm very conscious of the feelings that have been expressed tonight and in the days leading up to tonight. I'm afraid I can't support the motion on the floor as it's presently written. I feel that bylaw number 2297 is a little too narrowly confined to residential only lands. I think if it were broader based to include institutional, as we had discussed earlier, I would have been happy to support that. As far as 2298 is concerned, with the targeting of Wakefield Manor as a potential emergency response shelter, from what I've heard from the public, it's not something that will be well received. I don't think that it's appropriate to put an emergency weather shelter in a care home, even if it is a common area and even if it is somewhat separated from the living quarters of the residents. I just don't believe it's appropriate. I do feel that a community as large as ours and should be able to do better. I feel that we should be able to find a location where we could have an emergency weather shelter that doesn't impinge on the rights of vulnerable residents, wherever they may be, whether they be children or whether they be seniors. I know it's a very difficult thing. I myself have been a volunteer for emergency social services when I lived in North Vancouver. I've worked in emergency medical response. I've seen the results of the vulnerable population and the effects on them of bad weather and emergency situations, and I'm very sensitive to it. I would hope that perhaps if this bylaw doesn't go through, that we can come back to it and have a bit of a broader base in the OCP that would allow this, and that we could look a little more diligently throughout the community to find a location that while being supportive of the vulnerable unhoused population, would not impinge on the rights of residents in the area or residents within the same building. That's about all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Novick. Again, want to thank the members of the public for attending this evening, and I'm sure we have people watching online as well. And I hope members of the public are gaining an appreciation that this is a difficult issue for council, and that it has been worked on for many months and has only come to this stage because we were seeking an appropriate location in the community, and that's taken quite some time. A facility of this nature requires, as Chief Mickelson indicated in some of his introduction remarks or taking questions, is that this emergency shelter would require approval from BC Housing, which is responsible for approving the plans for such shelters across the province. And so the things that we need is a location, we need an NGO operator, and we need a plan that needs to be submitted to BC Housing and approved. So where we are in the process is if we have spent a lot of time trying to find an appropriate location. We've heard from the chief what the challenges were in finding appropriate locations. Not every location in the community, particular public spaces, are suitable for overnight accommodation. We still do not have an agreement with Beacon Community Services and an NGO operator. That still has to be finalized. And then our plan would go to BC Housing. A question I have through to staff is, when we are at the stage, if an agreement came to be with BC Housing, or with Beacon Community Services, would the specific plan come to council, be made public prior to being submitted to BC Housing for approval? Sorry, I understand a step in our process is that once we have a location, once we have an NGO operator, and we have a plan that is submitted to BC Housing, do the specifics of that plan come forward to council prior to submission to BC Housing?
I'll jump in. I'm not a, I believe probably the most appropriate course of action is I would loop back with Beacon and BC Housing and see what they have done and what's been common and accepted practice in the past, and then we'd report back to council or provide you with that information at that time.
Thank you. So our challenge is that there was questions or points made within the correspondence, and perhaps one or two of the speakers, that why isn't this dealt with in our OCP already? We updated our OCP 3 years ago. Why didn't we deal with it then? It actually came from an area resident at our last council meeting. And the reality is that when we did the comprehensive review of our official community plan over about a 2-year period, we did not contemplate emergency shelter at that time in our community. It wasn't raised by the community at that time. It didn't come up through the engagement processes that we had. As Councillor, I think it was Councillor Duncan alluded to, that it was actually a couple of the church groups have come forward more than once over a period of 2 years to council with the experience that they have within Housed in providing the meal programs and the food and clothing programs that they've provided for quite some time to these individuals, that they came forward and said, these individuals, which include seniors, need this service. And I know, because it was made reference in the correspondence, that we don't want this to become Pandora. Well, it is an enormous leap to go from what we are proposing for this emergency weather shelter and an encampment on Pandora, both just in the nature of what happens in a 24-hour period, and that. So BC Housing requires that the plan is that the operation of the emergency weather shelter from approximately 7 p.m. at night to 7 a.m. in the morning is that it does not impact anybody. It does not impact residents within the building or the other uses that take place in the building. It doesn't impact the neighboring residents. And that's what council is seeking to accomplish. So in this process, by amending the OCP and by amending the zoning bylaw, we are not necessarily moving forward with this. And I understand that, the next step would be a public hearing I expect many of you may come forward, while you may have gained new information this evening, that you will express concerns. And I think until such time that we have been able to strike an agreement with an NGO, that is perhaps Beacon Community Services, and we can demonstrate how such an emergency shelter would operate in Sydney, in this location, that council would then give its final consideration as to whether or not to move forward. So by voting in favor of this OCP amendment, it doesn't mean the emergency shelter is going to happen at this location, or even one that will happen. It's a step in the process. If we're going to have an emergency weather shelter in Sydney, anywhere in Sydney, we need to have this OCP amendment at this time. I'll leave my comments there. Is there any second-time speakers? Not seeing any, I'll call the question on second reading. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Novick and Councillor O'Toole are opposed. The motion carries.
Mayor, it's third recommendation.
Please.
That the bylaw be considered in conjunction with the town's financial plan and waste management plan, as well that staff advertise for a public hearing.
Second.
Any further deliberation? Ms. Nelson, please.
The other resolution that council should consider is sending a letter to the school district as well.
We might make that as a motion arising. Okay. Okay. Any discussion on this motion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor O'Toole is opposed. The motion carries. And the motion arising.
Motion arising that we send a letter to the school district board.
I'll second it. I'm unclear on precisely the rationale, just for discussion.
We have it moved and seconded. Deliberation, or do you wish to pose the questions through to staff?
As I understand from staff, that there needed to be, the school district needed to be added to the list of people to be consulted relative to the OCP change. So this was just adding that name of the school district. 61? 3? 63 to the list of people to be consulted with this amendment.
Any further sorry, I'll turn to Mr. Newcomb and Ms. Verhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the council's consideration of the financial plan and the solid waste management plan. So these are required things that council needs to consider following first reading of an OCP bylaw. I'll just pause for a second.
Please go ahead, Mr. Newcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the financial plan and the solid waste management plan items, council needs to have considered those two plans in relation to the OCP amendment that's being proposed. So it's not a future, I may have misheard, but I feel like the motion that was made was sort of a future tense motion. Council needs to have considered that. Staff's opinion is that there's no effect on either of these plans, but just making that point clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson, I appreciate we were capturing a point from the second part and the third part. Could you perhaps read back our intent? It's just that...
Yes, so it was that the bylaw has been considered in conjunction with the town's financial plan and waste management plan, and that staff advertised for a public hearing.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Newcomb. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor?
We're voting on ST63.
With the school district.
Sorry, we're voting on schools. Sorry, we're going. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what we did. We're voting on the motion arising. I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. We're now turning to item 5E.
I recommend a short break. Point of order.
I think we should just finish this item. You wish to move forward, Councillor? I'm looking for.
Oh, sorry. Bylaw number 2298, zoning amendment number 3. I move the recommendation the bylaw be given first reading.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Novak, Councillor Rontulo opposed. Councillor Garnett, it carries.
I move that the bylaw be given second readings and the staff advertise for a public hearing.
Second?
Thank you. I'll turn to discussion. I'll turn to the movers first.
As I outlined when we were looking at the OCP amendment, the staff, and I commend the staff, and certainly I acknowledge the work they've done over the last number of months to identify an NGO that can do this, a facility that can do this, and and looking at a number of days, over 8 to 10 days maximum over a year, that Wakefield Manor has come down to be the lone facility that can fit within these requirements, and we don't just have a lot of places in the community that can do this. And I recognize that it may not be the best, but it is the only one right now that we have, and it's been suggested there might be searching for other facilities, but I think that search has been pretty exhaustive going forward to this point, and that's why we're here. So I think we need to move forward with what we have, and it meets all the requirements we have, and now we need to find out if BC Housing and BCS will support this being a emergency weather shelter. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything further to add, merely to reiterate that we were requested as part of our job as a municipality to evaluate whether we could do this, an emergency weather shelter. It's literally the least we can do, whether we had the capacity to do it. We were strenuously asked by members of the public, with people questioning our integrity, our moral fiber, our personal monstrosity. And we went through a process of figuring out where it could be done, how it would have to be done, if it would be done. This is it. This is the only site. If it cannot be done here, it stops. And so if we're going to consider this as something we're going to do at all, per our job to do as a municipality to evaluate this possibility, we must evaluate this site. It must go to a public hearing. Whether it happens after that public hearing or not, I guess we'll find out. We're going to be accused of being heartless, evil monsters either way it goes. We, I think, are going to be aware of that. I'm told that there's many wonderful nicknames for me on social media. Surely after a public hearing, you guys can come up with some more creative ones. This is it. Let's find out what the community really wants.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rontulo, please.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just, having voted against this at first reading, I'll just comment in terms of rationale, and you know, I think we got a real good sampling of what to expect as this advances this evening, and I greatly appreciate the turnout in August from residents who are greatly concerned with what's been proposed. I do hope that this has in part been informational in terms of the intent, if it was at any point, you know, unclear, and that's been suggested that it was. But having said that, you know, I feel like this particular location, I greatly appreciate Beacon Community Services and the work that they do in this community and the broader CRD, and their, you know, willingness to provide this service at one of their facilities. But residents there have concerns, and part of this maybe needs to fall on the town and BCS to look to better communicate the intent. But I feel like moving forward at this location, you know, is going to be problematic, and we're going to hear more about that and greater concerns, not just from residents at Wakefield Manor, but immediate neighbors as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Novak, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not in support of this. I really do believe that the community needs an emergency shelter, and I would normally be all for it. What I don't feel is that Wakefield Manor is the right place. It may be the only place, but I don't believe it's the right place. I think more work could be done to find a right place. As much as it is difficult, nothing worthwhile has ever come to being without a lot of hard work. And I'm certainly not minimizing the amount of work that has been done to date, but I don't believe that we're in this place where it's all or nothing. I just don't believe it. I am convinced that there are other locations that we haven't had an opportunity to explore yet. So I'm afraid I can't support Wakefield Manor as an emergency weather shelter. I feel that what we've heard from the public today and leading up to today is overwhelmingly opposed, and I simply can't ignore that, in spite of the fact that it is necessary and it is something that as a town we should be offering to our unhoused population. I don't think this is the right space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Novick. I'll turn to Councillor Gurnett and Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mayor. Although I supported the OCP, as I spoke to that earlier, it's more general in nature. I don't support this specific site. I thank staff for all the work they put into this. I've had 5 weeks to ruminate on this and think. I've gone backwards and forwards. At the end of the day, for me, I can't get past the fact that this is somebody's home. And they've spoken. They have the right to feel safe and secure in their home. Whether that's real or perceived, it doesn't matter. It's how they feel. When I started thinking about it, I want to hear from the broader community. I want to hear from the immediate neighbors. But for me, most important is the people that live in Wakefield Manor. And I kind of always have felt that if there isn't 100% acceptance, then I can't support it. And I've heard from at least 3. I think there was a couple of elderly ladies that were here the meeting we first talked about this that were also not for having it. So you're going into somebody's home, and I can't help but thinking if these were my parents that lived there, would I be okay with it? And sadly, I'd have to say I wouldn't be. I would be concerned. We've had a couple of incidents in the first half of this year where we've had our visitor center closed down from unhoused people, and people who worked there felt threatened when the police were called. And I'm not saying those particular individuals stay here. Will stay in this facility if it happens to take place. Maybe nothing will happen, as Councillor O'Keefe mentioned. But even if nothing does happen, and there's security and it gets pushed away from the building, it's still traumatic for people. They live there and they'll hear it. And then they're going to be even more scared, more frightened in their own home. And at this time in the world, when we're going with everything we're dealing with, to add more to people after coming out of COVID and having to worry about their own safety in their own home, it troubles me. I have to be completely honest, it troubles me. And I've spoken earlier about some of the unhoused, and they're working poor and they need a place to go. This isn't it. This is a very difficult decision, as you can tell from the conversation up here. I would hope that we could find another place in our community, which is why I support the OCP amendment. But in this particular case, these are seniors, some of them quite old, they're very vulnerable, and they're worried and they're frightened. And I don't want to make a decision that makes people in my community feel frightened. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Keefe, please.
Thank you. I'm in favor of this. I've talked a lot about this already, but a couple things I want to highlight is that in terms of people feeling safe and secure, I'd like all members of our community to feel that. And so, I remember talking to Beacon Community Services. I was in there one day last year, and there was an older fellow, senior citizen, who was in there. And I said, oh, is he looking to get a job? He was at their job, the job center there on 3rd Street. And they said, no, he's an older guy. He got kicked out of his apartment. It was a renoviction. He's been living in his car for over a year. No addiction issues, but he just comes in there. It was in the wintertime. He would pop in there to get a coffee and a snack and stay warm for a while. And so it's people like that, and I know there's people with other issues, but those people are part of our community, and they deserve to be safe and secure as well. In terms of whether this is the right place, if this isn't the right place, I think what we're saying is we're giving up on this, because my understanding, staff have spent months and months on this. They've looked at a number of different options, a number of different places. We've heard from them the challenges and all the ducks that have to be lined up in a row in order for something like this to work. And so if we don't approve this, I don't see it happening. And so those people in Wakefield Manor, what I'm afraid of is that them and members of council are making decisions based on fear of something that might happen. And as I tried to outline before, in other places where these shelters are in residential areas, there's no evidence at all that this is an issue. In regards to police getting called at the visitor center, people causing problems, that's unfortunate. But these things are open for a limited time. They are staffed with professionals full-time for the whole time, security in place to deal with things as they come up. So I understand some of the angst, but I'm afraid that we're making a decision just based on fear of something that might happen, and there's no evidence to support that. So I continue to support us moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll be supportive of this. Coming to the community 25 years ago, I took a small business in town, and at the back of the business is the one building is connected to another building, and it creates a space between the two buildings just a little less than 2 feet wide and about 15 feet long. And over 25 years, I've seen probably 6 or 7 individuals spend 1 winter or 2 winters on the paving stones that I put there for the recycling dumpsters that are a little farther along the wall. And I've been asking myself the question, what can we do in our community? A community as prosperous as Sydney is. What can we do to do this? We can advocate till the cows come home to the provincial government, to the federal government, that they should be doing more than they are or something different than they are. But the reality is that these are individuals. A senior, 80 years old, think of the worst snowfall, think of the worst rainfall, think of the coldest temperature, and that individual was lying on the concrete pavers with as many layers of cardboard or whatever they could scrounge to protect themselves from the elements. We have an obligation to do something in our community, and we are making an effort. And as I indicated earlier on the very first part that came forward, is that we don't want to cause harm to the residents of Wakefield Manor, to the neighboring residents, or anywhere else. And if we go based on the concerns of the fear concerns that residents have, then we will not have an emergency weather shelter anywhere in the community, because if you pick the Shoal Center, there's residents living up above, there's residents living across the street, there's residents living behind. There's senior facilities. Wherever you are in our community, there are residents nearby. And will they have concerns? They will have legitimate concerns. And we are doing our best as residents of this community, trying to serve our community in its best interest. We are trying to find the best path forward on this particular item. So I do feel for the residents who have the concerns. And we will be accused of not listening. But we are expressing our views in this public meeting for the record. And I will still be waiting. The final decision has not been taken. There is more information to come forward in terms of how this will operate. Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I did want to make a point for the record, because we're evaluating people's safety and security in where they live, real or perceived threats. And so I thought it was important to state for the record then, I feel unsafe in this community every single day. I have trouble sleeping at night, actually. And a large part of the reason I feel unsafe is because of the senior citizens. I walk to work and I get nearly hit by a car every single day. And I wonder which will be the day that I'm orphaned, that my children are orphaned, because an elderly person hit the gas instead of the brake, or they didn't see me, or they, you know, and I think there's a lot of other seniors who are walking too, and they're probably the ones who are gonna get hit because they're not as fast as me and they can't jump out of the way. I am also a member of an Indigenous community. I'm also a member of the queer community, but I pass. So I have the dubious privilege of frequently sitting in a room with a bunch of people who don't know they're talking about me, saying to my face that they hope that those people stop getting as many privileges as they do, and that the reason that this community isn't as nice anymore is because those people are getting too much stuff. And they're talking about me right to my face. And then they want my support. They want me to represent their views, and I try. I speak it to the record with a microphone all the time. And I can't represent people my own age because I know they're on Facebook too, talking about where I live and where my kids go to school, and they know where I live and they know the routes my kids take to school. And I've had people scream at my kids, not even mine individually, but other people's kids while they were traveling together before we moved, to threaten them about decisions that we'd made. I feel unsafe. I feel unsafe with my kids here. And I think that, like, real or perceived threats are real and perceived, and I get that. But I also think that every time I am told that the most vulnerable, unheard group of people in this town are elderly people or people with the car, you know, whatever the need is, remember that there are other people who have different life experiences than you, who are actually in that room, who have needs too. And in this case, we're talking about unhoused people who almost never manage to get into the room. And whenever they're talked to individually, face to face by people, it's usually to tell them they don't belong there, and to tell them that they're messing up the view, and that they moved to a place like Sydney specifically to get away from people like them. And that is a real or perceived threat too. And they have nowhere to go to get away from those people who come and scream at them. Nowhere to go at all, no walls to hide behind. You know, we can tell them they know where they live because they live nowhere. So I'm happy to continue listening to people in the manor. I'm happy to continue talking about how this will affect people, but I actually want to pretend, or at least make an effort to show that this is a complete community with many groups of people, and it wasn't built just for the elderly, and it wasn't built just for the wealthy, and it wasn't built just for people who live in a particular way. And I want to actually start talking about this as a community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Duck.
Just want to thank colleagues for their input and remind us that we're responsible for a community of residents. This is all residential. There's nowhere else in Sydney that we can identify. Staff have done a tremendous job in looking at every nook and cranny that we can possibly think of that where we can hold an emergency weather shelter. We're talking about 8 to 10 days a year. 8 to 10 days a year that we will help the people that need our help on the streets as a requirement of being a town in this province. That's what we've been asked to do. So Wakefield Manor is one that fits the bill right now. There may be others that we can find later or sooner, but right now that's what we have. That's all we have. We are a residential community. We don't have other places they go. Wherever these people end up being housed will be in a residential area. So we will always have concerns expressed by those that live nearby, but those concerns, as been pointed out, can be allayed by the structure we have, the plan we have, the security we have, the staff we have. We need to move forward with this. It's the best solution we have. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Novick, Councillor Rantula, Councillor Garnett are opposed. The motion carries. If there's just the two items, we've covered both parts of the recommendation. Thank you. That concludes that item. I would now call a 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 9:05. Thank you. Okay, we'll reconvene in just a moment here. Okay, we'll reconvene at 9:05. Thank you. We're now turning to the first three bylaws under number 5. 5A is amendment number 3, bylaw number 2294, which is amendment number 3 to our animal license and control bylaw. We've discussed to include provisions for enforcement of nuisance and dangerous dogs and update impounding and maintenance costs. We have considered this at more than one previous meeting. Given readings at a previous meeting, we have a recommendation. Councillor Duck?
I move the recommendation that the bylaw be adopted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. And 5B is bylaw number 2295, amendment number 4 to our municipal ticket information bylaw to align with the amendments to the animal license and control bylaw, amendment number 3. We have similarly discussed at previous meetings and brought this forward for the recommendation to consider. Councillor Duck?
I move the bylaw be adopted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. All in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. And the third, bylaw number 2296, amendment number 3 to our bylaw notice enforcement to align with the amendments to the the animal license and control bylaw, amendment number 3, similarly discussed at previous meetings, and we have a recommendation. Councillor Duck?
I move the bylaw be adopted.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. We're next turning to Section 6, development permits and development variance permits. Under 6A, we have development variance application number DV 100378 at 9522 Lockside Drive to vary the zoning bylaw to allow a commercial use on the second floor of an existing building. Again, we've discussed this at previous meetings. We requested notice go out to neighboring residents, and we have one written submission and we have a recommendation.
I'll move the application be approved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I'll turn to the mover and seconder.
Thank you. I just want to address the letter we received in regards to this, just to clarify to the letter writer that in fact the initial proposal for 97 units also did have a commercial space, and this particular use is just using part of the same building for a commercial space which is allowed on the first floor, but the second floor is to provide the opportunity for condo potential purchasers to look at what a suite might look like, and it's for pre-sales for the condominium buildings, not anything that's dramatically commercial. So just for clarification, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duff?
I just want to add to that comment that it's a temporary use of that for commercial purposes, not a permanent, as Councillor Garnett pointed out, and it's just, just to help them use a current facility that's already there to help move their building along. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call a question. All in favor? That does carry unanimously. Thank you. We're now looking, turning to Section 7. I'll look for a mover and seconder that the minutes of our regular council meeting on July 21st be approved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That motion carries unanimous. Thank you. The next item with business is the Mayor's Report under 10A. There are two sets of CRD Board highlights, those from our June 11th CRD Board meeting and the July 9th monthly Board meeting. I don't have anything to highlight from the June 11th CRD highlights, but under the July 9th CRD Board meeting, an item of interest to Sydney is on the second page. It is the cost-benefit analysis of options for a new performing arts facility service, and I just wanted to touch on this. This did arise with the CRD Board in the 2018 to 2022 term, and the CRD Board Chair created a select committee. I served on that committee representing the Peninsula directors, looking at, and we had a consultant assess over 200 performing arts facilities throughout the Capital Regional District, and 3 particular facilities were identified as regional facilities, and they were the Royal Theatre, the McPherson Theatre, and the Charlie White Theatre. And that was based on substantial data submitted by those facilities that demonstrate they do serve the region at large. And the intent of trying to establish a service bylaw, facility service bylaw, was to provide additional funding to those 3 facilities, primarily on an operating basis. And where this, that select committee got to last term and recommended to the board near the end of the term was to establish a new service that would have been, I'm forgetting, it was in the low millions of dollars, and would have meant hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to the Mary Winspear Center that operates the Charlie White Theatre. The method of establishing a new service at the CRD under provincial legislation for a regional government is you have to establish a new, when you establish a service, you have to say what that service will do. You have to determine a maximum requisition that the residents of the participating municipalities will pay. And you have to choose an approval process. And the approval process recommended at the time was an alternative approval process. And it was what was called a new regional service. So all 13 municipalities in all 3 electoral areas, that is the Juan de Fuca, Salt Spring Island, and Southern Gulf Island electoral areas, would have been part of that 16-member regional service. And the board at the time had some pretty heavy deliberations and chose to not proceed with making a decision on taking it forward to an approval process. There was concerns expressed by directors that it wasn't applicable in the Juan de Fuca area or another part of the region. And so the board passed a motion to refer it to the current board that is serving from 2022 to 2026. A new select committee was established by then board chair Colin Plant and Victoria Mayor, CRD Director Marion Alto serves as chair of that committee, and I serve as vice chair of that committee. And we've been working for about 2.5 years, engaged a new consultant. And what we wanted to do was to do more engagement, not only with those 3 facilities, but with performing arts groups, to try and create additional benefits under a new service that all municipalities could see benefit to, and not just the communities that necessarily had those 3 facilities. And so if I can, in a thumbnail, the information is certainly available through the links provided in the report. But what has been created is actually a sub-regional service. So the 3 electoral areas were left out of this new service. So it would only be the 13 municipalities. And there are different elements to the proposed service. And the first element is annual operating grants. And so if this service establishment bylaw was to be established, then each of the 3 facilities would have, under the bylaw, would have an agreement with the CRD. They would receive operating funds. Again, it would be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that the Memorial Park Society would receive for the Charlie White Theatre. And there would be, similar to the agreement we have with the Memorial Park Society, would be reporting mechanisms in place, for having received those funds. But there wouldn't necessarily be a limitation on how those funds were spent in the operation of the theatre. And the other components that were added this term to the bylaw was a small capital grants program, appreciating that these facilities, apart from their operating, have challenges in both small capital and large capital projects. And so those facilities could make application to the CRD for small capital projects. Definitions of what small capital and so on. Again, if the Mary Winspear Center, for example, wanted to partake in that, they would have to abide by the provisions within the bylaw and make application for that. One of the unique elements was that we heard from both last term and this term, we heard from hundreds of performing arts groups that are finding, particularly coming out of COVID, when all 3 facilities experienced revenue challenges and had to increase their fees, is that these groups, whether they're large or small, whether it's Victoria Ballet or the Symphony, or whether it's a small performing arts group, are challenged to pay the rental fees for these facilities. Not just for their performances that they're putting on for members of the public, but quite frankly for rehearsals. and so forth. And so a part of this new service bylaw is a proposed grant program for these groups, and so that any of these performing arts groups in any of the municipalities that are a part of the bylaw would be able to apply for these grants to be able to use these facilities for rehearsal. There is a separate granting program, which I think council members are aware of, called the CRD Performing Arts Support Service, but that has more to do with performances, sort of thing. So those are the main elements. There is another element to it, and that is planning grants. And so it was acknowledged that while we do have the three facilities, the Royal Theatre, the McPherson, and as I said, the Charlie White, is that those facilities at some time may need to be replaced. I think the Royal is 100 years old, or over 100 years old. And in addition to that, two or three municipalities in the West Shore, Langford and Colwood, have explored establishing theatres up to a capacity of 500 seats. And the challenge is, as Sydney faced back in the late 1990s when it raised $5 million to build the Mary Winspear Centre and the Charlie White Theatre, it is quite an undertaking for a municipality to do that. And what could be helpful in that process for municipalities, so if it was a major change to the Mary Winspear Centre or the Royal Theatre, those established theatres, or a new centre, is they could apply for a planning grant from this new CRD service to help them move forward. So those are so there were some additional elements added to the service bylaw, new service bylaw for this term. The process that we're in now is all three facilities have been substantially engaged. I've met with representatives from the Memorial Park Society and the CRD, and this will be coming forward either at the September or the October meeting for the board, for the full board to consider an approval process, which staff may recommend the alternative approval process, and so all of the residents and all of the municipalities would have an opportunity to input. Full information would be available as it's required to be for an alternative approval process, and then the results would come to the board. And as I say, if the service was established, it would then be up to. As part of that process, the Mary Winspear leadership has indicated that they will be making representation to either the committee and or the board with regards. They seem supportive at this point, at this juncture. There is really no downside to the facilities in terms of a part of being this service. What it acknowledges is that residents, if this service was to be established, is that in effect residents from Souk all the way to Sydney would be help paying some of the operating costs and some of the small capital costs that occur at the Mary Winspear Centre as a regional facility. And in turn, Sydney residents would be paying, and please don't quote me on the figure, it is somewhere about $10 a year, $12, something like that. The information is in the reports. But would be supportive to those other two regional facilities. And similarly, there are a lot of Sydney residents on the peninsula that are using those facilities likewise. So it is seen as a win-win situation for the region, particularly in the challenging financial times that the facilities are facing. So I'll leave that a little bit more than a thumbnail sketch of what's transpired over the past 7 years and where the process is with the CRD board at this time, and be happy to take any questions. Councillor Novak.
Thank you, Mayor. As somebody who's somewhat involved in the music scene here in Sydney, I think that's terrific. I attend a lot of shows at Charlie White, and I think it's great that there's new money coming for the arts community. I have two questions. First, what would be, and I don't know if this has already been discussed in committee, but what would be the mechanism for deciding on the allocation of funds between the three theaters?
It'll be contained in the service bylaw itself, in terms of what the funding model is vis-a-vis the particular center. So it'll be a formula, if you will.
Sort of based on seats or based on location? or-
I can't
no?
speak to the particulars, but
Okay.
yeah.
And if this comes into effect, would that impact the amount of money that Sydney would be providing to Memorial Park Society over time?
Thank you for the question. In fact, that question has been asked at committee and board. And the situation is that is a CRD service. And so the requisition that's collected by the municipalities and passed on to the CRD, we'd go through their process. Sydney has a history over the last 25 years of providing financial support to the Memorial Park Society through the resolutions of council, and we do have a long-time agreement, and Mr. Hissick would have to help me on what the percentage of the tax base is that we provide in terms of the annual operating grant, 3% to the Mary Winspear Centre. So that's a decision of council, providing we have that funding agreement in place on a long-term basis for the Memorial Park Society. It would be up to council that if Mary Winspear was to receive this funding from through the CRD, would council want to give consideration to changing its funding agreement or level of funding to the Memorial Park Society? I have suggested in my motivation at committee and at board that we have had a very successful relationship with the Memorial Park Society for nearly 25. It'll be the 25th anniversary is this October of the Mary Winspear Centre, and it's been a very successful financial model. We have heard from the Memorial Park Society directly on challenges, ongoing challenges that they have, both operating and capital in particular. And so, would we want to consider altering our funding agreement given that? So there is nothing tied to the establishment of the service that requires our council for the town to review the agreement we have. They're two independent agreements that provide that are different mechanisms to support the Mary Winspear Centre.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Keefe.
Thank you. I'm not too familiar with all the different types of approval process with CRD. I know the alternate approval is basically a certain percentage of the population has to express concern about it. So is there so it's not something that all the councils would necessarily have to approve. It's the general population is notified about it, that their bill will increase by, I think it's $13.24.
I knew you would pick that up.
I did read.
That's helpful.
I read the report.
Yeah. So, no, thanks for the question. And yes, under the Provincial Community Charter Local Government Act, one of the two, it indicates that the approval process for a regional district for a new service is one of three. There's one of three possibilities. One is municipal consent. So, for example, in the establishment of the CRD Panorama Recreation Service, the three municipalities, Sydney, North Saanich, and Central Saanich, some years ago, I don't know how many years ago, but it's decades now, did agree through municipal consent to establish that CRD service. It has a whole governance mechanism, as we know, with the commission and so on. It has an establishment bylaw which says what that service can do and what the maximum requisition is and so forth. That tends not to be a recommendation for a region-wide service or one involving all 16 municipalities, because what you have is you have a draft service bylaw, say with the 13 municipalities, and all the cost apportionment is worked out based on the requisition that you intend. And if one out of the 13 municipalities says no, you're back to square one. It automatically defeats that particular version of that, and you have to start at square one again. And so what the province allows, it allows two other process, the alternative approval process, where 10% of your eligible electors would have to be opposed, and the third is referendum. And so those are the three mechanisms, and again, CRD staff will be making a recommendation to the board when it next comes forward to the board, and the board will make a decision on the, if it's moving it forward, it will have to make a decision on the approval process.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my CRD highlights. And I'm next turning to Councillor O'Keefe, our representative for the Sydney Museum and Archives, for a verbal update, please.
Sure, thanks. So, museum last met July 26th. Just generally, attendance is pretty much on track, it's the same as last year. Year-to-date attendance is about 15,000, which is just about 2,000 lower than last year, but still higher than 2023 and prior years. Financially, they're in good shape. Operating budget is tracking according to what they estimated, and the balance sheet is healthy with few liabilities. They've been doing some developing an emergency preparedness plan. They've prepared floor plans for evacuation and have had some help and feedback from our staff here, so they're grateful for that. Doing a lot of community outreach with the Sydney Pride Festival, the street markets, the powwow in July, Children's Day at Heritage Acres, so they're really getting out there and raising their profile a lot more than, they had in prior years. In terms of exhibits, as you know, the Health and Space exhibit continues until November 30th, and they've offered interpretive tours and have had several summer camp tourists and community groups come through, and they're anticipating more interest in the fall from school groups when school goes back. And then after that, LEGO will start in December. This will be the 20th anniversary of LEGO, and they're looking for ideas on how they might celebrate the 20th anniversary. Lastly, the waterfront sign project is making progress. So it is taking them a while to get images that were the correct resolution, to develop the text in consultation with our local First Nations, and also to get the translation to Senchothan. I probably said that wrong, but Senchothan. Yeah, because they will, that text will be on the signs as well. Anyways, they now have all of those elements in place. They've sent that to the printers. They're meeting with the printers on Wednesday, and then the printers will take all of those elements and then actually design the signs and then bring them back to the museum to say, this is what you want. And I understand that whether those will either come back to staff or possibly council to take one last look at before they follow through with that. Yeah, that's it, unless anybody has questions. Thank you.
I appreciate the update. Looking around from colleagues, not seeing any further questions. So we'll turn to our next item, which is committee reports. Under 12A, we are receiving the minutes from the Senate Municipal Accessibility Advisory Committee from their July 24th meeting. Councillor O'Keefe, you're our representative on that committee. Were there any highlights from those minutes? We don't need a motion receiving them on our agenda.
No, I'll just mention that the committee staff attended that. Our staff attended the meeting to get some input on the residential parking permit program. I'm not sure if the points here really capture the main concerns, but I think what staff gleaned from this, I hope, is that there was just concerns about time limits, and so when there's time limits in place for parking, to have some sort of consideration that persons with disabilities sometimes need more time. A 2-hour time frame maybe is more difficult for them, so 3-hour time frames work better. They talked about programs in other municipalities where there's a 1-hour grace period for individuals who have an accessibility sticker. I'll leave it at that unless anyone has questions.
Thank you. Looking around the room, I think we're good there. Thank you. We're moving to item 12B. We're receiving the minutes from the Advisory Planning Commission from their August 5th meeting. On our agenda, I'll turn to our liaison to the APC. Councillor Duck, did you wish to highlight anything within the minutes?
No, it was relative to the discussions primarily around the development of 2098 Beacon West and 2107 John Place. There is a recommendation sorry, my mistake. Nothing from the meeting. The discussion was around the development on Beacon West and John Place. And I have a recommendation relative to what came out of that meeting and some highlights of the discussion.
So we do have a three-part recommendation. If you could read that in, please, Councillor Dick.
I'll take a deep breath. I so move the recommendation of the development permit application DP
You can just go from the recommendation.
Okay.
Yep.
I move that the owners and tenants and occupation of property within 75 meters, 246 feet of 2114 Beacon Avenue West and 2098 Beacon Avenue West and 2107 John Place be notified regarding the development variance permit application number DV 100359 to decrease the minimum front yard setbacks from 4.5 meters to 3.28 meters, and that any written correspondence received be forwarded to council at the time and consideration of approval of the variance. 2, that the development permit application DP 100847 to permit the form and character of two 4-story multi-unit residential buildings containing a total of 180 apartment dwelling units for the properties at 2114 Beacon Avenue West, 2098 Beacon Avenue West, and 2107 John Place be brought before council for consideration of approval if council authorizes the issuance of the development variance permit. 3, that as conditions of approval of the development permit application number DP 100847, the property owner shall A, prior to the issuance of development permit, address design guidelines 25.4.14, privacy screening for balconies, 25.4.21-22, driveway materials, 25.3.53, screening of exhaust vent, and 25.4.4, access to sunlight to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. Prior to the issue, and B, let's make sure I got the right.
Yep, 3B.
Yep. Prior to the issuance of building permit, 1, pay to the town a deposit in the amount of 115% of the estimated cost to complete the hard and soft landscaping for the development. And 2, register a covenant on the title of the property expressing knowledge of noise and activities resulting from surrounding industrial and airport uses. And 3, register a restrictive covenant on the title of the property prohibiting an owner or strata council from passing any bylaws that restrict occupancy of the building based on age. And 4, register a restrictive covenant on title acknowledging the details and maintenance schedule required for the on-site stormwater management system.
Thank you. We have that moved. And seconded by Councillor Novick. Councillor Duck?
So yeah, it was a healthy discussion by APC relative to this development. In general, they agreed with the staff's recommendation. It was a great presentation from the proponent as well as a report from staff. They made one small amendment to the recommendation, that was adding in item 3 there, 25.4.4, access to sunlight. And this was just around discussion with the interior courtyard of the two buildings, just trying to express the challenge that those people on the lower levels of that interior courtyard are going to see little or no sunlight, especially in the winter. They had one other expression of concern, and that was around the parking. As you well know, in the development permit, this was the parking requirements were met, 1 for 1. But what was learned in the meeting was that all the parking spaces will be at a cost to the tenants, and as you know, this is a rental, purpose-built rental building, and so the concern of APC was the pressure that's going to put on roadside parking, and you remember the parking study that was done in relation to this earlier on John Place and on Skylark, that there's not much parking there for residents as is now, and so their concern was what's the load going to be on the street parking in that area, and they just wanted to share with the proponent that maybe give some consideration to the 3 and 2 bedroom units, and maybe some parking be included in the rental rather than making them an additional cost. Beyond that, they felt the building was well designed and well purposed for rentals.
Thank you, Councillor Duck. Councillor Novick has the seconded.
I have nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe.
Thanks. I just had some questions. First, through you to staff, in regards to parking, do we have any authority, even if we wanted to change our bylaw, to require that parking, be included in rent, that it not be decoupled from? No, okay,
No, we have no authority to require that.
okay, so, okay. Thanks for that. Just some other questions that made through to Councillor Duck. In the record of decision, they talk about a defensible space, to incorporate a defense. What is that?
I think this is in reference to the balcony extension out. They felt that 4 feet was the balcony extension was a little tight relative to people being able to sit out in the balcony and we're looking for a possibility of consideration for a 5-foot extension on the balcony, which would make it more comfortable for people to use on, but that wouldn't be allowed in the business envelope to without getting a variance on that. And I'll turn to staff to just confirm that was kind of the process on that.
Ms. Verhagen, please.
Thank you. Yes, further to what Councillor Duck said, that was the point there, and just encouraging them to look at balcony screening materials, like balcony guardrail materials, to maybe create some more private space in the balconies and look at privacy between them, especially the ones facing the streets.
Okay.
And the interior courtyard, because they're facing units across
Right,
the open area there.
Okay, just a type of terminology I hadn't heard before. Also, in regards to the access to sunlight and concern about the shadowing of the units, I guess that's what you're talking about. Is there any potential remedy really that they can do besides like a redesign, or is that something we're just going to be stuck with, or did they indicate any possibilities there?
No, I'd say no, there isn't any remedy to it. It was just a suggestion that they at least look at it relative to screening materials. That again, that looking at maybe between the different units on that side, looking at glass partitions so that at least light can get through.
Okay. And then final question on the last bullet. I just wasn't sure about a lay-by. A lay-by on Beacon Avenue West would be useful. What does that refer to?
So this would be in regards to passenger pickup and drop off.
Oh,
so
drop off zone.
Yeah, so
Oh,
that,
okay.
and that was again expressed to engineering and staff and planning staff, but that would be incorporated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the recommendation. All in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Duck, for taking us through that. We're now turning to staff reports under Section 13. 13A is the active transportation options for Beacon Avenue West. I'll turn to Ms. Clary, our Director of Engineering, to introduce your report, please.
Good evening. 2 developments are currently planned for the north side of Beacon Avenue West, as one was just being discussed here tonight. This has brought to light that the planned cycling infrastructure identified in the town's active transportation plan does not satisfy the desire to build cycling infrastructure that's suitable for all ages and abilities. The current long-term plan for this location is an on-street painted bike lane, which would only really be suitable for confident cyclists with the type and speed of traffic that's seen on Beacon Avenue West. Staff engaged Urban Systems to review potential active transportation options for this constrained location. In particular, at 2180 Beacon, we're constrained because the dual left turn lanes will take up more of the right-of-way than further to the west. We have more space further to the west. The Urban Systems report is attached to the staff report. Urban Systems ultimately recommends that the town install a 4-meter wide multi-use path on the north side of Beacon Avenue West. Council could also choose to proceed with targeted engagement as described in the staff report. However, with policy guidance that's currently identified in the active transportation plan and the official community plan to install all ages and abilities, staff feel that there's enough policy already in place to support this type of infrastructure. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Councillor Keefe to begin, then Councillor Gurnett.
Okay, thank you. Just confirmation through you to staff. My understanding is that when I was curious about the funding for this, so that this would be paid by the developers, and this would be over and above the community amenity charges that they're paying. So they'll be paying community amenity charges for bonus density. There was some other things I'm talking about 2114, some other frontage improvements that they were going to be providing. So this is all part of that, or in addition to those other things that were already identified. Just want to confirm my understanding on that.
Through to Councillor O'Keefe, that's correct. The town has the authority to require frontage improvements up to center line of the road for any development in Sydney, so that would be part of those improvements.
Yep, okay, that's great. And I did have some, I was wondering about I had some concern about the islands, that they're talking about putting by the bus stops. And I think in the response you gave, I think you said it was covered somewhere in the report. But there didn't seem to be too much on that. And I wondered if they were familiar with, I recently found out through the Accessibility Committee that these islands are quite hazardous for persons who are blind or who have visual disability. So I'm wondering if the consultant, what sort of research that they did on that, or whether we would be doing further research to make sure that what we do there is safe.
Yes, through to Councillor O'Keefe, the urban systems report does include options for the bus island for 2 of the options. They include a cross-section of them. So there has been a provincial-wide committee stricken. There was an issue in Victoria where this came up, and there was a provincial-wide committee, and I understand that recommendations from that committee have been implemented into BC Transit standards now. Urban Systems does outline some recommendations to mitigate issues in their report as well with respect to this traffic island. However, if we did proceed with a multi-use path, the multi-use path really is a shared space. It's not a bike thoroughfare where, like a painted bike lane, you may have cyclists who are more confident and they're not paying attention to pedestrians at all. So I was shocked to learn that visually impaired canes were actually broken by cyclists multiple times in the province when I sat on this committee one time. So that it is a real issue. However, with a multi-use path, you don't anticipate that type of cyclist. They need to be watching for pedestrians. But we still do have a bus pad for people to wait, so they are waiting off the multi-use path. And again, that can be seen in Urban Systems report. They provide a sketch of that.
Okay. I know from, actually, CNIB held a session, I think it was last year, for municipal councillors and staff specifically on this issue. And you're aware of the issue in Victoria. And I know that there was some changes made, but I don't know enough about it to know whether, it's what's acceptable to our accessible persons with disabilities community. I know that you were we weren't going to do a whole lot of engagement, but I'm wondering if there would still be the opportunity that once council decided on a particular option, whether it was a multi-use path or something else, whether we would still have the opportunity to refer it to SPAC once we know what that proposed, the draft of the design might look like with the island, and whether we would still be able to consider their feedback in that design.
Through to Councillor O'Keefe, although that is a potential, we would be working with a developer's timeline on this. They are the ones responsible for designing it, and then the town reviews it. And like BC Transit would be involved in reviewing it. And we could even potentially get a third party, like Urban Systems was the one who the main consultant developing the BC Active Transportation Guide, so they are well aware of this issue and they are working to implement mitigating factors. I do want to say though that basically the recommendations from the committee that I was referring to earlier was to treat bike lanes as roadways for at bus stop locations. So have tactile surfaces and have RFBs and have different paint markings or potentially chicanes in the bike lane to make the cyclists aware to pay attention for pedestrians. But with a multi-use path, it is a different situation. They already have to be paying attention for pedestrians, so it's not the same situation as what you're referring to. A multi-use path, it doesn't allow cyclists to just go full on. I would expect those confident cyclists are more likely to take the lane on Beacon Avenue because they won't have to worry about watching for pedestrians.
So with the multi-use path option, there wouldn't be the island then?
Well, it's just all a multi-use area, so there could be pedestrians anywhere in the area, or there could be cyclists anywhere in the area. So those really competent cyclists who are, out for a really fast workout are unlikely to use this facility. They're more likely to take the lane like they do around the airport path.
Okay, so a bus stop adjacent to a multi-use path would just be like an ordinary, regular bus stop, basically.
Correct. The one difference is that the landing is separate from the multi-use path. So you have the multi-use path and then the bus stop is beside it.
Okay.
So you have a refuge area for people to wait for the bus or to get off the bus, and then they
Right.
can enter the multi-use path after that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Garnett, sorry. I got you right here.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff. So how would the delivery agent for Canada Post access the CMB site that's about 2114 Beacon?
Through to Councillor Garnett, the designs haven't been done for that location yet. That will be done as part of the development process for that site. But the multi-use path would be behind that Canada Post delivery box, I would expect.
Okay. Thank you. And urban systems in the back part of the report mentions some recommendations with regards to the mid-block crossing. Would we be looking to do the straight through with some kind of flashers at some point? Is that something we're considering if we go ahead with the multi-use path?
That would be a future consideration for budget potentially in a future year. But it's nice to have those recommendations in this report so that when staff are ready, we can proceed with it at that time.
Great, thank you. And one last question. Taking aside 2098 and 2114 Beacon, because they're part of a proposal, there's approximately six single-family homes. One I think is a suite, is the one that burnt down and rebuilt, and then there's a duplex, so there'd be 8 different driveways. How would a multi-use path impact the ability for those residents to get in and out of their homes?
So driveways off on multi-use paths are definitely not a preferred thing. So we would be looking, as these properties develop, to have access off of John Place, as previously identified in other council meetings. But they will still be able to access. They'll have to wait for cyclists and pedestrians. They will have to look. It'll be a bit more, I'd say, driver awareness required for those lots in particular. But their access won't be changed from what it is now.
I'm just thinking more in terms of how much they have to incorporate before because you're also talking about potentially, as in the diagrams, 2 lanes of traffic that'll be moving quite quickly, plus making, I wonder how difficult that's going to be. And I am a little concerned about some maybe potential safety issues, but I guess that's just something we'll have to wait and see for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gannett. Councillor Duck? Oh, sorry, I'll turn to Mr. Edwards first.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to suggest that the District of Saanich has recently rebuilt the entire length of, well, not the entire length, but a good portion of Shelburne Avenue to support 4 lanes of traffic and multi-use path and sidewalk, and with these bus island landings. And And there's many driveways that intersect it. As the director said, it's not the preferred approach. You want to minimize that, but it isn't uncommon to see it. And the residents that are along Shelburne just have to use a much more cautious approach. And it's going to be a sort of a learned behavior shift that's going to need to occur.
Thank you. Councillor Duck?
Yeah, I have one question, and then I can move forward with the recommendation if there are no other questions. Question through to staff. Is it an idea to direct the residents of the Council Garnett just identified that they can only turn right out of their driveways and do the roundabout, or do they still have the option of turning left?
Through to Councillor Duck, it would be recommended to turn right out of your driveway. If you're living in that location, however, they do still have the option to go either direction. Again, that would be another reason why, as these properties develop, we move the accesses onto John Place and off of Beacon Avenue West.
Thank you. I'm prepared to move the recommendation.
Seeing no further questions, please go ahead.
I so move that council endorse a new multi-use path as recommended by Urban Systems on the north side of Beacon Avenue West.
Second.
Moved in second. I'll turn to the movers.
Yeah, I think this is great. I think it parallels the other multi-use paths we have on either side of the highway. And certainly as a cyclist, I can appreciate trying to access and cross the highway at this point, that it'll be nice to be able to come down there. Typically what happens is the cyclist now, you come down off the flight path and come across the crossing that Councillor Garnett was mentioning that's proposed for upgrades later, and then you come down that side to get across the highway. So having a multi-purpose pathway there for cyclists and pedestrians, that's the natural crossing to get over the highway and into downtown. So I think it's a good idea to move forward with.
Thank you.
Nothing to add.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. All in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. We're turning to item 13B, Boulevard Tree Removal Request. I'll turn back to Ms. Clary, please, for an introduction.
Thank you. Tree removal permit application was received for eucalyptus tree from the boulevard of 10348 Arbay Close. The tree is located on town property and is protected by size since its diameter is greater than 60 centimeter. Although this is a town tree, it's unlikely that the town planted it. From aerial imagery, it appears the tree was planted as a sapling in about 2010, and it's now grown to be quite large, so it's unlikely that the person who planted it knew how big it would grow so quickly. The property owner has recently had a significant storm sewer drainage system repair, and because of that, staff are recommending that the tree be removed, and that the property owner be responsible for the costs.
Thank you. I'll turn to Councillor Garnett, then Councillor Duck.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff. Having been out there on the weekend to see the tree, and it is quite an amazing tree, as this public speaker spoke to. There's obviously work done recently by town staff there, clearly, and that was installing a new water connection. Was that what was done in that particular? It says in the report it was a new water, so I'm assuming that's what the digging was for, and there's pictures in there.
I believe that's what it was.
Okay, and so that had nothing, when they were in there doing their work, there was no notice of any of the roots infringing upon any of the town's infrastructure, or was there?
Not that I'm aware of. The town's arborist said that this was a generally healthy tree, and he didn't see any significant root damage from the work done. But I don't really have too much other information about that work that was recently done.
And so I guess does our arborist confer with or concur with the report that was provided by the arborist that they accessed in terms of the general nature of the tree and what it might do in the future? And
our arborist confirmed, they reviewed this report and confirmed with the details of it, including that the root system is invasive and the tree is expected to be taller, and that it was unlikely that the town planted it, because we don't plant this type of tree as a boulevard tree.
Thank you. As a sort of as an option to not cut the tree down, was there any consideration given to putting in root barriers? And if it was, is that would that potentially impact the health and the viability of the tree moving forward?
That wasn't a discussion at the time of the property owner doing the repairs on their storm drain system, but that's definitely something we could go back with if council were to deny this application.
My last question, thank you. It mentions removal costs being borne by the homeowner. Would there be replacement trees or trees, and if there was, would that cost be borne by the town?
As part of our tree removal permit, we do require, it would be a 2-to-1 replacement, and it's a $750 fee per tree. If they planted them on their property, it's refunded after 2 years if the tree is healthy, or if it's planted on town property, we would do it, but we would use that funding to do so.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dutt?
Yeah, a question through to staff, just based on the presentation in public, that seemed to indicate that the eucalyptus tree was not responsible for the drain damage that was happening around the house. That was more the trees that were planted there. So I'm wondering, further to Councillor Garnett's question, is this tree actually been identified as having an impact on that drain system and water system for that house?
Through to Councillor Duck, it's really hard to say after the fact. To my knowledge, town staff weren't out when the perimeter drains were being repaired. So it's really hard to say which tree was the culprit. I can confirm that this tree has grown really quickly over the past 15 years and that it does have an invasive root system, and that the town would not typically plant this as a boulevard tree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further discussion, we do have a recommendation from staff. Councillor Intil?
I'll move the recommendation that the request to remove the eucalyptus tree from the boulevard at 10348 Arbay Close be approved, and that the applicant be responsible for tree removal costs.
Second.
We have moved in second. Alternative movers?
Nothing.
The seconder?
Nothing to add.
Any other discussion? Councillor Garnett, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate that the member of the public came to speak about this today. He actually reached out to me because apparently they saw me out looking at the tree, and their neighbors to it. So I did do a bit of research, and there are lateral spreading roots, and there's issues with toppling. From what I could find, they say that you should plant them 2/3 of the height, mature ending height is what should be away from utilities and driveways, and clearly that wasn't done here. But I do sense from the conversation, because he did send me pictures from past time, but I do sense from the conversation that, and from what I read, that this particular tree, the roots will seek out water. So my sense is that water was already there by the house. So I think it maybe this root system might have just exasperated the situation, but I don't think this was the cause of the perimeter damage, because they're just heading to where, so clear there was some kind of water already coming out. So and the root, having not had the discussion about the root barriers, it is an amazing tree, but it is not a native tree to here. I'm really torn on this one, because it's clearly there are some neighbors that are attached to this tree, and I sympathize with the homeowners, because they've already put out an expense, and as our town arborist has said, it's likely to the way it spreads surface wise, it's likely to cause some issues in the future. I just wish there was a way we could mitigate that, but it doesn't seem to me that this is the cause of the problem. It just made it worse. So this one for me as a tree person, I struggle with this one. So I'm going to leave that in case anybody else has any comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duck, please.
Equally, I struggle with this because it's a loss of another tree, but I'm happy to hear that staff have indicated that there will be additional trees planted in its with its removal. So I'm just hoping that we can plant some trees there that are obviously better suited for the environment and the neighborhood. So I'm still trying to figure out what to do here. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I'll look to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Duck and Councillor Garnett are opposed. The motion does carry. Thank you. We're next turning to item 13C, which is a request for a street vending license from Reese Picks, and we have a report from Mr. Newcomb, and we have a recommendation. I would look to council member to consider moving that. Councillor Rintoul, please.
Thank you. I will move the recommendation that Reese Picks be granted street vending approval for the purpose of selling Polaroid photographs on public property, subject to the following conditions. One, that the applicant meets all requirements of street vending policy DV-010. Two, that the business obtain permission from the event organizer prior to operating at special events. And three, that the business be limited to the retail sale of Polaroid photographs only.
Second for discussion.
Moved in second, and I'll turn to the movers.
Yeah, thanks. It's unique, as I recall from the application, the information that it was a very limited season. I don't know that for the limited amount of time that's remaining, that I wouldn't consider this more of a pilot opportunity than anything else. Yeah, I'm not particular. I don't know of anyone else that this would be in competition with in terms of our brick and mortar businesses. So I'm open to hearing what my colleagues think. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Novak as the seconder.
Having looked at the application, I don't see anything that gives me cause for concern, but like Councillor Rintoul suggested, that this would be an interesting pilot to see if this sort of thing would fly and would perhaps stimulate others with similar ventures. But for now, I think it's okay.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe.
Thanks. First of all, a question through you to staff. The recommendation number 2 about getting permission from the event organizer prior to operating at special events. In the report, it talked about him wanting to operate at the market. Would this also mean, say, setting up at the Beacon Park during the summer concert series, or Talista Park during Canada Day, or where there's other events being offered by such as those? Yes.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor O'Keefe, yes, it would. Any operation kind of within the event space would require permission from the event organizer.
Okay, sure. Okay, thanks. So my thoughts on this is I'm a little bit apprehensive about giving people permission to approach people on the street to say, hey, can I take your picture? I don't know. It just, I think of places where I've gone to vacation before and you have people harassing you to, hey, I got a special deal, you know, on this or that. And that kind of vibe, setting that up in Sydney kind of bothers me a little bit. So I think we've got a nice vibe in our downtown and then in our parks. And so that's kind of what, you know, I'm having a bit of an issue with. I would be more open to it, I think, if, you know, there was a kiosk, you know, with a little sign that said, you know, get your Sydney souvenir photo here or something like that. I think I might be more receptive to that. Having said that, you know, as my colleagues said, there's not much time left in the year. We could try it out and see if we get feedback, but my initial reaction is I'm not really thrilled about it. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan, then Councillor Duck.
I had some of the misgivings that Councillor O'Keefe had because but I'm willing to kind of consider that for a business like this, having a kiosk obviously is like a next step. They have to figure out where on the water, you know, where they could operate. We don't allow people, you know, to have mobile, you know, footprint in public areas, and that would become a barrier. I feel it's going to depend a lot on the individual and their kind of presence, right? You can imagine some street performers have a presence that draws people to them, and then, you know, depending on their patter, right, people will feel okay, and it's going to be so individual based on this person, and you know, they'll find out soon enough whether they have that charisma. I guess my question through to staff then would be, just to make sure, you know, that this person has you know, have proper signage, right, that they're this business and they have a name and they have contact. And they will have to prominently display that they have a Sydney business license somewhere on their person to make sure people know this is a real business that we are aware of and that they're licensed. 'Cause otherwise, I could imagine, getting complaints about like, there's somebody on the waterfront asking to take my picture. So is that something that would be part of the condition of this?
Through the mayor to Councillor Duncan, I believe the bylaw requires that the business license be displayed in a prominent location or something like that. I mean, in this case, I think we'd accept that the business license be carried on his person and, it be produced upon request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just before we proceed further, we've just passed the witching hour. If I could have a motion to extend, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Rentouls opposed. The motion carries. I had Councillor Duck next.
Yeah, I equally share some concerns about this, and looking at the information that's provided, the only sort of promotional piece I think was on his back, and on a backpack that he was carrying around. So I would advocate what Councillor Duncan mentioned about some sort of more presence on it, because he's coming up to people and talking to them. Again, is it a question through to staff? Is this an annual business license he would get for this, or is this?
Through the mayor to Councillor Duck. So yes, with street vending, specifically on public property, it's an annual approval process. If there are no changes from the previous year and staff are of the opinion that things have gone well, the street vending policy does authorize me to reissue the approval for the next year. If there's significant changes, it needs to come back to council. Of course, that's subject to council's whim. If you wanted it to come back for review, that's up to you as well.
Okay, thank you. I think it's, as other colleagues have mentioned, that there's not much left in this year. Maybe it's worth trying as a pilot. Maybe we need to capture that in the recommendation. It also would depend on how successful this person is at doing it, whether they want to continue doing it. I think that would be a good example as well. My concern is not just from this individual, but as others pick up on what he's doing, how are we enforcing others that are, starting to sell popsicles as they walk around or whatever it is, and just be careful of what door we open here. Thank you.
I'll turn to Mr. Newcomb for a moment. Thank you, Councillor Duck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for council's edification, we do have a policy that controls busking in the downtown area. And essentially what it says is you can busk I'm not sure that it's spelled out actually in the policy, but by donation, you're not charging, you're asking for donations essentially. But you can busk up to 2 hours in one location. Might be 1 hour. In any case, there's a specified time period, and you don't need to stop busking, but you need to move on to another location. So we sort of looked at it from that perspective as well, but given that it's sort of active solicitation, I think we felt that it more fit under the street vending umbrella, and that we should treat it like that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gannett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm same reservations approaching people, and I went back to the start of the report where it says they're reviewed by staff and approved by council to ensure the operation of the business doesn't compromise the enjoyment of public space. And from my perspective, that would compromise my enjoyment. I wouldn't want somebody to be coming up and asking me. I feel like I compare it to somebody asking me for change on the street, really. So the approach part is bothersome to me, and so I wouldn't like it. So I'm assuming there'd be other people who would feel like me. I'm sure there's some people that could care less and whatever. They would just roll with it. But I think that does impact people's enjoyment of a public space. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll speak very briefly in that. I think, there's a short window left this year. I think, in most businesses, the customers indicate whether your service is desired or not, and you respond accordingly. And so I think this is, you know, innovative to some degree, and there'll be a response from customers, and the proponent can choose, you know, whether to continue or not if he feels it's successful. So I don't have concerns at this time. Councillor Dutt?
I'm prepared to move the recommendation amended. Oh, but I wouldn't move an amendment.
We had it moved in second and we were motivating.
Yeah.
So would you like to amend it?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to amend it to be granted for the 2025 year.
So this would be number 4?
Yes. So that you would have item number 4, that the business be permitted to operate for the remainder of 2025.
We haven't moved in second. I'll turn to the movers.
Again, it's just as staff have indicated, it would be renewed if nothing goes wrong, but this will make sure that it's checked back in, because I think it's a new operation and not busking, it's street vending, it's kind of in between. And I think it's worth trying, as the mayor's indicated, and just see how people respond to it. And again, as Councillor Duncan mentioned, it will really depend on how well this person as a marketer and how sociable he is and personable. Thank you.
Seconder? Councillor Novick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the proponent, if that's all right.
A motion to invite the proponent into the meeting, please.
No, I'm not the proponent, but the proponent of the amendment.
The mover, please.
The mover, okay. Sorry. Was it your intention that that this be brought back to council for 2026?
That would be the outcome if this amendment were to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a natural, because staff would then be
So
looking.
it wouldn't be an automatic renewal? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I don't support this amendment. I don't see this needing to come back. I trust staff from what they've said that, you know, if you know, there are complaints that come into the town or what have you, that will be taken in accordance. And yeah, I don't think it needs, personally, I don't think it needs to come back to council. But I'll leave my remarks there. Any further comments, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Councillor Duncan, Councillor Gurnett, myself, Councillor Novick, it's defeated. We're back to the main motion unamended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Gurnett is opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. We are moving on to 13D, latecomer agreement, and I will again turn to Ms. Clary for an introduction, please.
Thank you. 2525 Rothsay Avenue required a water main upgrade and a new hydrant to facilitate development of the site. The local government act sets regulations for this type of servicing, and it's described in the report. Basically, the developer has the opportunity to enter into a latecomers agreement where if the infrastructure is determined to be excess and extended services, which staff feel it's extended services because it will facilitate development of other properties on that street. And if the costs are excessive, staff feel that the costs are excessive because this is not a budgeted process. It's not currently in the financial plan, so the town currently has no mechanism to pay for it. Then the developer can pay those costs and enter into a latecomer agreement with the municipality. The municipality can collect latecomer's charge as other properties on this street develop, and then would refund it to, or would not refund it, but give those charges back to the developer when they're collected to offset the developer's cost over the next 15 years. So staff are recommending that this be identified as extended and excessive services, and that the costs be excessive for the town unless council were to amend the financial plan to fund this project, and that we enter into a latecomers agreement with the developer of 2525 Rothsay Avenue. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks for the introduction. Councillor Gurnett, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff. Just for my own clarification, this would be a similar agreement to what we arranged on Orchard Avenue?
Through to Councillor Garnett, on Orchard Avenue, the town agreed to fund the infrastructure, so we are actually collecting the funds from the other properties. So it will be funded by the developer because we don't have it budgeted at this time, and we would collect the funds and then give those funds to the developer over the next 15 years. So it is more administrative for the town. However, we, as more and more development happens in Sydney, we see more of these coming, and we can't be expected to always upfront the costs of these infrastructure projects that we weren't planning for in the next 5 years.
And one more, if I may. Having gone out there, and obviously there's two that are already 25 Rothside and 10,057 Third are already in the queue. It seems like some of the remaining six, some seem really new, and other ones seem really well maintained. And while it's never impossible for something to be developed, I mean, I would say it's unlikely for those properties in the next 15 years to be developed. And in that scenario, after 15 years, we just retain the funds at that point? Or
No.
what happens at that point?
So the developer just pays the direct cost of doing the installation of the water main and fire hydrant. So they are holding that whole bucket. Yeah. It is then distributed into the 8 parcels in this situation. And so as we collect, we would take that money and give it to the developer. If any of these properties don't develop in the next 15 years, the developer then is holding that cost. So the developer bears the risk of those properties not developing. If the town were to fund it, then we would be holding that risk, which is I don't, as more and more of these come up, I don't think it's reasonable for the town to continue to bear that risk.
Great. I think that's important for the community to know. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, we do have a recommendation. Councillor Tuck, please.
I so move that the cost to upgrade the water system are considered excessive for the town, and the owner of 2525 Rothsay Avenue be required to pay for these costs. And 2, that staff be directed to enter into a latecomer agreement with the property owner of 2525 Rothsay Avenue.
Second.
We haven't moved in second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. And 13E, 2025 Strategic Priorities Fund Applications. Ms. Clary, we're turning to you one more time, please.
Thank you. This report recommends the endorsement for 2 different grants that are part of the UBCM 2025 Strategic Priorities Fund. These projects include the Harbor Pump Station Replacement, which is aging infrastructure. We're proposing that the grant cover approximately $2 million out of the $2.3 estimated cost of that replacement project. And then the Works Yard feasibility study, which would look at replacing the aging buildings and using the existing Works Yard space more efficiently. We don't currently have an estimate for that project, but we recommend that 100% funding be applied for when we receive that estimate, which is expected next week. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Turning to colleagues if there are any questions. If not, we do have 2 separate recommendations, each with 3 parts.
I'll go ahead.
Please, Councillor Garnett.
I'll move recommendation A, 1, that council support the town's application under the Strategic Priorities Fund 2025 Capital Infrastructure Stream for the Harbor Road Wastewater Pump Station Replacement Project. 2, that staff be authorized to manage all grant-related responsibilities. And 3, that the town fund any cost overruns for these projects. Would you like me to do 2 at once, or just separate them?
Second.
We have it seconded by Councillor Duck. Turn to the movers. Call the question. All in favor? Carries unanimous. Councillor Garnett.
And on item B, I'll move that number 1, that council support the town's application under the Strategic Priorities Fund 2025 Capacity Building Stream for the Works Yard Feasibility Study Project. 2, the staff be authorized to manage all grant-related responsibilities. And 3, that the town fund any cost overruns for these projects.
Second.
Moved by second by Councillor Duck. Any discussion? I just want to thank staff for identifying these opportunities and bringing them forward. I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Returning to 13F, the budget variance report for the first half of 2025. I'll turn to Mr. Hissick and Ms. Chen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This variance report covers roughly the first half of 2025. year-to-date operating results are presented up to the date of the report rather than just the 6-month mark. That puts several functions over the 50% mark for the year. The budget for personnel costs, for example, is closer to 57% for the year-to-date. So anything that appears to be over 50 is not necessarily an issue at this point in time. On the operating side, we're doing reasonably well for the year all in all. However, we're not expecting any savings on the RCMP contract this year, as there was a larger than expected adjustment relating to their last fiscal year. As our detachment strength increases and gets closer to our target, our potential for savings decreases. So it's a bit of a win-loss scenario. We do have more officers, but we can't rely on generating a surplus from that budget. So at this time, we're definitely predicting that we'll need to draw on some of the surplus that we use to balance the budget and keep the tax increase as low as possible. 46 of the 103 capital projects are either completed or in progress, and planning is underway for some of the projects that have not yet seen any direct costs. We're now in our busiest construction season, which will carry through the remainder of the year. The next report at the 3-quarter mark will provide more clarity on how much progress we make on the capital plan. But as usual, some projects will be carried forward for completion. We've included 45 detailed notes on various operating and capital items, and some of those notes cover more than one line item. We'd be pleased to address any questions that might remain over and above what we've already explained in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hizik. I'll turn to colleagues if there are any questions. In the report? I'm not seeing any questions. From council, there's no recommendation this for information, but I do want to acknowledge the work. First, acknowledge the work that goes into producing this report. This report is excellent. It provides a lot of information to members of council, but I think it's an important report for members of the public to take an interest. Just going through the report, you can see the number of balls that we have in the air, so to speak. You know, some projects are working a little better than expected, and some, you know, have their challenges, and we appreciate what I think is the fiscal prudence that staff are doing to. For me, that comes out in these reports, in this particular report, that we're trying to do the best we can in each of the respective areas. So thank you to staff, and we will move on to the next item, which is 13G, the monthly building report for July 2025. No recommendation for information. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any. It's not unusual not to have any questions. We do not have any correspondence for council consideration. We are receiving 14 items under correspondence for information. We're doing that not by motion, but by virtue of being on the agenda. As part of the public record, we have no motion to go in camera. I would look for a motion to adjourn.